Chapter 356. Director Liao, yo, you're still not satisfied. Wait, what do you mean everything's done? Director Yang, don't tell me you really got Qin Zhe's song? Huang Yudeng, that's impossible. Su Lu, it's even more unscientific. No one could believe that Director Zhou actually got a song. Fast Gunner's song, even the Heavenly Kings couldn't get it. Money couldn't be talked about, feelings had to be talked about. Moreover, if they remembered correctly, Director Zhou and Fast Gunner didn't know each other and had never worked together before. White Fox's scriptwriter, Director Zhou, you're amazing. How did you do it? Director Zhou, I was introduced by someone. It's a boss from a sponsor. He and Qin Bao Bao have a good relationship, so he agreed without hesitation. Director Zhou didn't reveal the identity of Qin Bao Bao's suitor. If things went wrong, there would be rumors flying all over tomorrow. In fact, they had overlooked a key point. This song was sung by Qin Bao Bao, not some other singer. Qin Zhe, of course, agreed without hesitation. After all, Qin Zhe was a sister-spoiling maniac in his parents' eyes. All kinds of fancy doting. Sister, stop, I'll wash the dishes. Sister, stop, I'll eat the grapes. Take the dowry, it's yours. Leave the bathwater, I'll drink it. A certain celebrity, Director Zhou, what song? What song did Qin Zhe write? Is there a demo? Yeah, is there a demo? I'm looking forward to hearing it. It must be a masterpiece, right? It's the kind that will be popular for a while. How can it be so fast? We just talked about it today. The group instantly boiled over and heated up with discussion. Just like how fans discussed them, they were discussing Qin Zhe. Director Zhou, actually, the song is already written. It'll take about 2 to 3 days for Qin Bao Bao to record it. But there's no demo, only the score. Before the video is released, it can't be revealed. A certain female celebrity, then Director Zhou, how fast does Qin Zhe write songs? Last time, Huang Yudeng said that he could write it in the blink of an eye. Director Zhou, this is amazing. In just a cup of tea's time, the theme song for the movie was written. I've seen it before, it's super good. The Fast Gunner lived up to his name. He was simply too fast. Old Liao, old Yang, just you wait. Let's wait for the box office results. Remember to call the loser grandpa. The group instantly boiled over. It's really that fast. I didn't believe what Huang Yudeng said last time. Wow, just a cup of tea is enough. Shocking. A fast shooter can finish in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Other men can only look on in the dust. What a shock. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the Fast Gunner did what 99% of men couldn't do. The title of Fast Shooter originated from the period of I Am a Singer. As Qin Zhe's fame grew, it also spread. There were too many people who used this title to mock Qin Zhe in private. Huang Yudeng, I didn't say that Qin Zhe is a fast shooter. Don't slander me. Also, Director Zhou, quickly retract it. If Qin Zhe sees it, your movie will definitely fall apart. The last time my staff called him a fast shooter, he almost exploded. Notice, Director Zhou has retracted a message. Director Liao, screenshot taken. Director Yang, screenshot taken. Director Zhou, that night, the White Fox production team made an announcement on their official Weibo. The movie's production will proceed as scheduled. Qin Bao Bao will be the female lead, and teacher Qin Zhe will be composing the theme song. This announcement made the fans very excited. They left comments looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's movie. The goddess is going to act in a movie again. I'm looking forward to it. I feel like she's more suited to acting than singing. Mainly because I want to see the goddess more. The image of White Fox is very suitable for Qin Bao Bao's style. After all, the goddess is a little vixen. Qin Zhe's new song? Amazing, I'm looking forward to it. As long as it's a song written by Qin Zhe, there's no bad song. Qin Zhe's fans were no less than the little fresh meats. As an internet celebrity, he surprisingly didn't have many haters. The next day, the trailer was released. It was the original trailer, but the female lead was changed to Qin Bao Bao. Late at night, full moon, ancient temple. The beauty wore a white dress and was bathed in moonlight. Her appearance was picturesque, accompanied by a soft voice. I'm a fox that has cultivated for 1,000 years. 1,000 years of cultivation, 1,000 years of loneliness. When I fell in love with you, you were poor and studying hard. When I left you, you were the top scorer on the wedding night. From the poor scholar to the top of the imperial examination, the trailer was filled with scenes from the movie. At the end, the beauty danced alone under the moonlight. Her figure was soft and beautiful, but her face was bleak. I've seen this trailer before, but now that I'm watching it again, it's a different feeling. Qin Bao Bao instantly pulled the trailer up by 10 levels. It's so beautiful. There's also the theme song. It's perfect to complement the trailer. My eyes are red after watching it. 666. Let's wait for the movie to be released. The trailer also received a lot of recognition and praise, and its popularity rose steadily. After working overtime for a week, Qin Bao Bao went through the plot of the female lead in the recording studio. The rest was left to the people behind the scenes. They just needed to edit the original female lead into Qin Bao. If time permitted, the best way was to reshoot it. However, a week before the movie was to be released, the original female lead, a street girl, was caught by the people of praise and killed off. Qin Zhe was puzzled when he saw his sister begging his brother for a massage every day. He didn't know whether it was because the stars were too stubborn or because the people of Chaoyang were too rational. There were two freaks in the entertainment circle. Drug addicts were always in Chaoyang district. People of Chaoyang had dog noses. At the premiere of the movie, Qin Zhe was invited to attend. After watching it, he felt it was good. Then he didn't pay attention to it. He didn't pay attention to the box office or the director's bet. The Spring Festival was approaching day by day. During this period, in addition to exploring Su Yu's depth over and over again, he also studied the development route of Tianfang Entertainment and the future direction of Bao's investment. The stock market had entered a bear market. If he didn't expand the company's pace, it was doomed to decline. He needed to write a general plan before the Spring Festival, and then start to implement it next year. This was necessary to discuss with Su Yu. The day before the Spring Festival holiday, in the office, Qin Zhe pushed an equity transfer agreement to Su Yu. What? Su Yu glanced at it and frowned. Didn't we just do it? I won't do it. Qin Zhe refused seriously. You're so annoying. Su Yu punched his chest and pursed her lips. Why did you suddenly give me this? She said half jokingly and half seriously, is it a proposal gift? Qin Zhe stopped talking nonsense. He thought for a while and said seriously, it's for you. Why? Su Yu stared at him. You have 6% of Bao's shares, my sister has 4%, sister man has 10%, and the rest is all mine. A total of 80%. I gave 10% of the shares to a friend, so I can only control 70%. I'll give you half, so you have 41%. You are a veritable major shareholder, Qin Zhe said. Su Yu looked at him and whispered, so, is this your breakup fee? Her voice was very soft, and she didn't dare to speak loudly. Why do you say that? Qin Zhe put the pen in her hand. Be good, sign it. It's not a breakup fee, really. Su Yu's eyes dimmed, and she said bitterly, if it's not a breakup fee, why did you give me so many shares for no reason? Qin Zhe, do you know how much these shares represent? Billions of yuan, the money that others can't earn in a lifetime. Why did you give it to me for no reason? She seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be saying to him, hey, I'm so stupid. I thought that as long as MOMO was good to you, you would choose me in the end. But I'm not reconciled. Why did Wang Zijin, she didn't even give you her body. Su Yu, don't think about it. Su Yu's eyes were red, and she shouted, Qin Zhe, you just want to play with me. I'll leave, you get out of here. With tears in her eyes, she stared at him fiercely, but she stubbornly refused to cry. Fortunately, the office's soundproofing was excellent. Otherwise, the whole company would know such a thrilling and exciting scandal, and countless male employees would be heartbroken. Qinzhe thought, sure enough, women say they don't want anything, but in fact, they want everything. Fortunately, he didn't take Su Yu's words seriously. Also, it turned out that she was so insecure. When lying in bed, she called her husband with blurred eyes and asked him to call her wife. If he called her that, she would laugh happily. On the contrary, she would lose her temper and not talk to him. She was so insecure. It's really not a breakup fee. You can think of it as a gift from me to my woman. Qinzhe smiled bitterly and said, you know, in fact, my emotional line is very messy. I have a girlfriend, but I'm still obsessed with you. Since I've rolled the sheets with you countless times, but I can't forget Sister Ziwei, I also think that Qinzhe, you are really a scum. To be honest, I still don't know what to do now, how to deal with complicated feelings, but I swear, I will never give you any breakup fee, let alone let go. Su Yu stared at him blankly, tears falling from her eyes, and she sobbed, then why did you give me so many shares? Who would believe that you gave me a gift for no reason? Qinzhe said lightly, woman, you can spend as much as you want today, without chopping off your hands. Chapter 357. Su Yu stared at him blankly at first, the water vapor in her eyes became thicker and thicker, and then 2 lines of tears fell. She lowered her head slightly and sobbed in a low voice. Her tears fell onto the back of her fair and delicate hand. This is a real cry, a woman's delicate cry in front of her man. She lowered her head, tears splashed, timid and sad, just like this. She wasn't like her elder sister, who was faking her cries or rubbing her tears in pain when she was playing. Similar to Su Yu's cry, his sister only cried a few times in front of him. The most impressive one was the evening of the heavy rain at Hongqiao Airport. He yelled at his sister for the first time, showing the salted fish's ferocious appearance. His sister was too scared to move, and she wiped her tears with grievance. Qinzhe put his hand on Su Yu's head and said softly, be good, don't cry. If you are not obedient, be careful that I will make you cry. Su Yu laughed, laughing and crying, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Qinzhe felt guilty and didn't speak. It was his failure to make a woman so insecure. He picked up Su Yu and put her on his lap. He didn't take advantage of her. His face was close to her white neck, and he whispered words of love. It turned out that Su Yu was also very easy to coax. Although she was not as easy to coax as her sister, Qinzhe could barely cope with it. And he found that Sister Ziwei was easy to coax. Every time she fought with her sister and suffered losses, he hugged her and shouted a few slogans of down with Qin Bao Bao, and Sister Ziwei would turn from anger to joy. This was what Qinzhe learned from the internet. The old driver on the internet said that when mother-in-law and daughter-in-law quarrel, the husband, son, can't take sides on the surface, but behind the scenes, he must firmly support his wife, mother. This is the wisdom of a man. If he is too iron-headed and upright, the family will not be too harmonious. It's almost the spring festival. Go back and celebrate it. If you really don't like your stepmother, don't stay there. Have dinner tonight and wait for me at the apartment. I'll see if I have the chance to spend some time with you. Qinzhe stroked her round buttocks under the suit. Su Yu's family was in a mess, and she couldn't clean it up herself. Qinzhe wouldn't meddle in her affairs either. However, blood was thicker than water. No matter how bad their relationship was, in Qinzhe's eyes, it was the most reasonable thing to do. He didn't want Su Yu to really have nothing but him. Su Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded obediently, yes. Good girl. Qinzhe kissed her. The company was on holiday in the afternoon. After lunch, Su Yu met with the managers of various departments one by one to give year-end bonuses. Originally, according to the style of some local tyrant enterprises, the year-end bonuses should be given in cash, but Baoza is really a local tyrant. The manager's year-end bonuses are in 7 figures. Let them hold stacks of cash and parade through the streets? Or put it in a big bag? So they gave out bank cards. Ordinary employees have cash, which is not a small amount. The bigger ones have 1 or 200,000 yuan, and the smallest ones have 50,000 yuan. During the 7 days of the Spring Festival holiday, Qinzhe began to stay at home like a salted fish and began to plan for the next year. He took the time to flirt with his sisters, drive to meet Suyu when he was free, go shopping and buy clothes, buy 2 cups of hot milk tea on the street in the cold winter, and hold the milk tea and Suyu have a bustling pedestrian street. Suyu likes to drink half a cup of milk tea and exchange it with him, like to walk around with her arm in his, like to run a few steps away alone, jump, and then look back with a bright smile. Looking back with a charming smile, what the ancients said was too reasonable. On New Year's Eve, every house was decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and the sound of firecrackers could be heard. Well, in fact, the New Year's atmosphere in the big city was not heavy, because of the ban on firecrackers. It was impossible to hear the bustling sound of firecrackers in the countryside, and the magnificent fireworks of their own. On the contrary, because the outsiders went home for the new year, the streets were slightly desolate. In the evening, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin got in Qinzhe's car, and the old driver drove the sisters home. Wang Zijin did not return to the capital for the new year. Maybe she communicated with her family, but they had a big quarrel. Or maybe she did not want to go home at all and was still angry. In short, this year, she spent the new year at her boyfriend's house. Qin Bao Bao warmly welcomed her. It would be better if the wolf did not steal her brother. When they got home, Qin Ma was chopping dumpling fillings. Qinzhe carried big and small bags of New Year goods and entered the door behind his sister. Qin Bao Bao took Wang Zijin's hand. The air conditioner in the living room was on, and it was as warm as spring. The old man was bored watching the news, and the sound of chopping dumpling fillings came from the kitchen. Every year, Qin Ma worked hard for the New Year's Eve dinner, and Qinzhe helped her. This year, the old man did not let him go, and waved his son over for a chat. Qin Bao Bao strolled into the kitchen and said with a smile, "Mom, let me help you." Qin Ma handed her the kitchen knife. "Then help me chop the fillings." Qin Bao Bao held the knife with both hands, got into a horse stance, and pecked the meat. Qin Ma washed the vegetables at the side, and the mother and daughter chatted. "Zijin is not going home for the new year?" Qin Ma asked as she washed the vegetables. "She called, but she seemed to have quarreled with her family. She called behind my back in the middle of the night, and then said that she is not going home this year and wants to spend the new year at our house." Qin Bao Bao was quite tired in this position. She rested for a while, and then got into a horse stance again. She held the knife with both hands and carefully chopped the fillings. "Last time, she said that her family forced her to get married?" "Yes, as annoying as you." Qin Bao Bao pecked her head. Qin Ma gave her a slap on the buttocks. "How can you say that?" "I understand now. Birds of a feather flock together. You don't want to get married, and she doesn't want to get married either. You are the same. Tisk, tsk. She and your son are flirting with each other. Who knows when they will be together?" Qin Bao Bao said sarcastically. "Really?" Qin Ma was delighted. "Yes, but..." Qin Bao Bao did not continue. "But what?" "But with me here, don't even think about it. You should work harder to find a boyfriend next year and get married before you turn 30, Qin Ma said. "You and your brother shouldn't have children together, or else I won't be able to take care of it." Qin Bao Bao tilted her head and imagined Qin Ma holding a baby in her left hand and a baby in her right hand. She said to the baby, "Good grandson, don't cry." She said to the baby, "Good grandson, don't cry." She thought again. Was he her grandson or not? It was quite interesting when she thought about it. The smile on her face spread. "What are you laughing at? Turn the meat over and chop it all in one place." "It won't be evenly chopped," Qin Ma said. "I know," Qin Bao Bao said softly. "Wait a minute." She washed her hands, took out her phone from her trouser pocket, and sent a message to Qin Zhe. Little red man, I have a question for you. In the living room, Qin Zhe's phone rang. He looked at it and typed a reply. Say it. What is my sister's daughter to you? Niece? I'll give you one more chance. Smile, treat her as my own. Good boy. Qin Zhe was baffled. However, he was not surprised that his sister would occasionally be so neurotic. This sentence was translated as, my sister's daughter is my daughter. Okay. It was not too bad. It was much more refreshing than, my daughter's daughter is my daughter. At this time, he caught a glimpse of someone quietly approaching from the corner of his eye. He was shocked and turned off the phone with a click. Sister Ziwei, what are you looking at? Qin Zhe was at a loss. Wang Zijin's careful peeping failed. She wrinkled her nose and snorted softly. Qin Zhe counted silently in his heart. He glanced sideways at her. Just then, Wang Zijin glanced sideways at him out of habit. Sideways glances at each other. Wang Zijin was stunned. She beat his chest with her small fist in embarrassment. Qin Zhe laughed strangely. Witnessing this, the old man's glasses flashed a sharp light. He thought, something is wrong. What's wrong with Wang Zijin and my salted fish? They are too flirty. This was definitely not the right way to be a sister's best friend. Something was wrong, very wrong. In the old man's heart, Suyu was the first choice for the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Wang Zijin was gentle, generous, beautiful and decent. She was Qin Ma's first choice for a daughter-in-law. The old man liked Suyu. She was tall, beautiful, and knowledgeable. She was a good helper. The old man and Suyu could talk more. They had more things to talk about. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, his son and Suyu seemed to have done it. Hey, this little red guy, could it be that he was two-timing? The old man's face suddenly became gloomy. Qin Zhe was talking and laughing with Sister Ziwei. He glanced at his father and his knees went soft. It couldn't be wrong. This expression was the sign before the arrival of the feather duster. Did I do something wrong again? Qin Zhe had a dumbfounded look on his face. He didn't know what was going on. Chapter 358. Dad? Qin Zhe called out tentatively. Wang Zijin looked at Grandpa Sheng. Grandpa Sheng immediately put away his dark persona and returned to his calm and serious image. He nodded and focused on watching TV. No matter what, it was not the right time to talk to his son directly. Besides, he did not need to say anything today. Grandpa Sheng looked at his son deeply. Qin Zhe? Was it an illusion? He felt that his father's eyes were full of sympathy and pity. He really cared about the retarded. At this time, Qin Ma chased his sister out of the kitchen. You're causing trouble. I told you to chop the dumpling fillings, but you chopped them all outside. Can they still be eaten? His sister was unconvinced. Why can't they be eaten? They're not clean. You won't get sick if you eat them. Qin Ma said angrily, okay, I'll clean up the dumpling fillings outside and cook them for you. His sister, wow, are you my mother? Did you pick me up from the bridgehead or a free gift? Qin Ma said angrily, stupid girl, do you believe that I'll tear your mouth apart? Qin Bao Bao ran out of the kitchen. Qin Zhe's eyes were unconsciously attracted to her. His sister was dressed very delicately today. She had chestnut-colored wavy hair that the stylist had worked overtime on. She wore a light blue knitted sweater and a dark blue pleated skirt. Her slender legs were wrapped in thick stockings. There was also a burgundy scarf hanging on the hanger together with her blue down jacket. Dad, Mom's giving me the cold shoulder again. Qin Bao Bao pouted and looked pitiful. She hugged Grandpa Sheng's arm and acted coquettishly. Old Masterly liked this the most. A beautiful daughter who knew how to act spoiled could always easily capture her father's heart. Qin Zhe could not do this. He could not hug his father's arm and act coquettishly. The scene was too beautiful. If you don't know how to cook, then wait outside. Why are you going in? Grandpa Shing patted his daughter's head. But I want to share Mom's burden, but I don't know how to make dumplings. Qin Bao Bao felt wronged. You don't have to do this kind of thing. Watch TV with me. After saying that, the old man turned his head and looked at his son. Sister, you're wrong. I'm the one who got the free phone top-up. Qin Zhe got up and silently walked to the kitchen. The kitchen was a little messy. There was not enough space in the fridge, so the food was strewn all over the floor, the table, and the cupboard. The New Year's Eve dinner was very sumptuous, and the aunts were coming over for lunch tomorrow morning, so they bought a lot of groceries. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, a married daughter had to come back for dinner. It had been like this when her grandfather was still alive. It was a habit that had been formed for more than 10 years, and it was still the same after her grandfather had passed away. Mom, let me help you. Qin Zhe took the kitchen knife and let Qin Ma wash the vegetables. Qin Ma turned to the side of the pool. While washing the vegetables, she asked, Did Zijin stay with us for the new year? Yes. Stinking brat, are you two dating? Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat, but he pretended as if nothing had happened. Why do you ask? Mom, I've been there before. Don't I know what a young girl is like? When we moved last time, I talked to her for a long time. 9 out of 10 sentences she said were about you. I was puzzled. Is she Bao Bao's best friend or your best friend? When I mentioned Bao Bao, she was unhappy. She didn't show it on her face, but I could tell from her tone and eyes. As for why Wang Zijin was unhappy when she mentioned Bao Bao, Qin Ma knew in her heart, so she didn't say anything. As expected of my mom, she's sharp and meticulous. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Yes, Mom, Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend. But don't tell her about this. Why? I'm afraid that she'll be upset. Ha. I'm just kidding. It's just that Sister Ziwei is a little embarrassed. After all, she and Sister are best friends. Thinking about it, it's quite embarrassing. Qin Ma nodded her head. That's right. Qin Zhe glanced at her and saw that her eyebrows were filled with joy. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Qin Zhe guessed what his mother was thinking. It was probably the feeling of relief that a huge burden had been lifted from her heart. This wave was in the bag. He had successfully fooled his mother. Mom, you and Dad have been tricking me since I was young. I have to get back at you. 30 years of fortune, right? Sometimes, in order to survive, one's own mother had to trick him. You chopped very quickly. Mom, help me take out the meat and chives from the fridge. Wash them and continue chopping. Mom will make dumplings. Qin Ma seemed to be in a good mood and pinched her son's face. Okay. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. The sky was already dark, and it would be dark before 6 o'clock. At around 7:30, everyone could eat the New Year's Eve dinner. There were too many ingredients. Qin Zhe's phone rang. It was the sound of a message. He wiped his wet hands on Qin Ma's scarf and wiped them clean. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. Honey, it's so boring at home. In his 23 years of life, only Suyu had called him honey. Qin Zhe replied, family reunion, happiness, what's boring? But I don't want to be happy with them. Grievance, then go home early. I'll find a chance to come out in the middle of the night. But I haven't eaten all day. I'm hungry. How about I come to your house to eat? Then today, either you or I will die, or we will die together. Why? I will be beaten to death by my parents, and then you will be beaten to death by my sister and Sister Ziwei. Let's go to hell and be a pair of miserable lovebirds. That's great. What the hell? Honey, how about this? You close your eyes and count to 10. If your mind is full of me, then I won't come over. If you don't see me, I will immediately take a taxi from home. No need to count, honey. My mind is full of you. I don't believe it. It's true. I even specially practiced the acupoint sealing technique for you. Good man, close your eyes and count to 10. Okay, Qinzhe shook his head and laughed. He chatted with Suyu to relieve boredom. He put his mobile phone back in his pocket and counted while washing vegetables. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. When he counted to 7, the doorbell rang twice, and then brisk footsteps went to open the door. It should be Sister Ziwei's footsteps. Then a familiar voice came. Oh, Tissue, you are also here. Oh, hello, Uncle Qin. The old man laughed heartily. Come, sit down. Qinzhe collapsed. What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Qinma saw her son's state was not right, so she asked casually and leaned out to look outside. There are guests at home. Hiss, this girl is so handsome. Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you. Retribution. Qinzhe's mood at this time was very complicated. My secretary is here. Qinzhe said this sentence in a nervous tone. With the sound of high-heeled shoes, Suyu walked into the kitchen. President Qin, Happy New Year, I came to see you. Su. President Su, Happy New Year too. Qinzhe forced a smile. Hello, Auntie, my name is Suyu. Happy New Year to you. Suyu smiled. Qinma couldn't figure out Suyu's way and smiled politely. Okay. I'll make tea for you. Qinma wiped her hands on the scarf and went out of the kitchen to make tea. Suyu carefully glanced outside. The kitchen could not be seen from the living room's angle unless she went to the aisle and leaned out to look. Suyu retracted her gaze and put her arms around Qinzhe's neck. Husband, I'm here. Why are you here? Aren't you eating at home with your father and stepmother? I haven't eaten yet. I sent the gift to my father, and then I came back. Suyu said wittily, then I sent a message to your father, saying Uncle, you are so nice, unlike my father, who has an illegitimate child and doesn't like to look at me. How nice it would be if I had a papa like you. I have no place to eat New Year's Eve dinner. A child without a home is like a grass. Qinzhe's face twitched. Suyu, when Uncle heard this, he was very distressed. He said, Suyu, come to my house. There are people in my house, so it's lively. I said it's not good. After all, I'm an outsider. Uncle said, you're not an outsider. How can you be an outsider with your relationship with my brat? Come on, Uncle welcomes you. Husband, it's not me who wants to come. It's Uncle who invited me. I can't refuse. Please forgive me. She squinted and smiled like a little fox. Come on. Qinzhe sighed heavily. Excuse me, what should I do in this situation? What should I do to not die? Waiting online, urgent. Chapter 359. Suyu, such a cold beauty, showed a little fox-like cunning, and there was a strong contrast. She probably felt that she had cheated Qinzhe, and she laughed very happily. She really couldn't stay at home. Her stepmother didn't like her, and she didn't like her stepmother. When she went back today and saw Su Hao, he looked haggard and was hollowed out by the stock market. Suyu found that she didn't have the slightest idea of gloating, let alone the impulse to be sarcastic. She just wanted to look at her stepmother and Su Hao as if they were passers-by. Sure enough, after hanging out with Qinzhe every day, her realm had risen. Her vision was no longer limited to how to fight with her stepmother in the harem. She had become more idealistic and ambitious. She wanted to fight with Wang Zijin in the harem. Her father, who used to be majestic, unconsciously became ordinary, no longer as successful and great as before. In terms of personal assets, Suyu had half of her father's. She believed that in the next few years, she would surpass her father. Suyu chatted with her father for a while and left. The old witch and illegitimate child at home were not challenging at all. It was the best choice to go to Qinzhe's house for excitement. So Suyu came. The great god must be angry now. Come and punish me, quick. Suyu thought happily. The sound of footsteps came, Qinzhe took a step back, and Suyu also loosened her hand around his neck. The two kept a distance that was not estranged nor close. Qinma returned to the kitchen and saw her son talking and laughing with a beautiful female colleague. Qinma smiled and said, "I'll call you little Su. The tea is ready. You go to the living room and sit for a while." Suyu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Auntie." Qinma looked at her back and sighed, "What a beautiful girl." "Is she your colleague? What position?" Qinzhe said, "Secretary, Vice President, my Vice President, no, the Vice President of the company. She is also a shareholder." Qinma nodded. "This girl is good." Wang Zijin's gentle temperament and Su Yu's cold temperament can leave a good impression in front of the elders. It was the template that Qinma had been eager to cultivate her daughter. However, their daughter had been raised astray. She had developed the kind of enchanting and charming temperament that the elders disliked the most. She was the kind of seductive little fairy that would appear in their hearts with a single glance. Qinma sighed a lot. "Why are you still standing there? Go out and accompany her. It's New Year's Eve and she's here to give you a New Year's greeting." Qinma nudged her son. Qinzhe thought to himself, "I think it's safer for me to stay here." "Mom, it's okay. Dad and her talk a lot. They are old friends." Qinzhe said faintly, "So you came to our house, I didn't know, but I know my dad knows. This spicy old radish. How could you say that to your father?" Qinma glared at her son, and then her expression changed slightly. "What did you say?" "Spicy old radish." The previous sentence. "My dad gets along very well with her. They're old friends." "You mean, so you came to our house, not to give you a New Year's greeting?" Qinma also said faintly, "How can your dad be so familiar with the vice president of your company? He hasn't been to your company." "What New Year's greeting? It's New Year's Eve today." "That means she came to see your dad?" "Sure, I don't know, Mom, I was shocked just now." Qinzhe sighed, "So you and Dad talked a lot behind my back and almost got me killed." Qinzhe secretly said, "She came to make trouble, and to see her future parents-in-law." Qinma's face was even uglier. "She also talked a lot with your dad behind your back?" Qinzhe. Why did he feel that his mother's face was very ugly? Did she open an unlimited imagination hole? The next moment, he reacted. He looked at his mother in shock. "My mother, do you think that my dad and Su have an affair?" Thinking back, the conversation just now did reveal that Dad secretly talked a lot with the vice president of the company, and successfully hid it from his son. "My mother didn't know my relationship with Su, so she had a bad guess about a young woman who came to visit her husband on New Year's Eve. No, Mom, it's your son, I have an affair with Su." Facing my mother's misunderstanding. My heart didn't fluctuate, and I even wanted to laugh. Should I add fuel to the fire, and let the spicy old radish know the power of the spicy little radish? Not only can I transfer the contradiction, but I can also retaliate against my dad. Qinzhe thought about the feasibility of this matter. In the living room, murderous intent surged. The two girlfriends pretended to watch TV, and looked at each other from time to time. They communicated with their eyes. "Qin Bao, what is she doing here?" "Wang Zijin, how would I know, I'm also at a loss." "Qin Bao, coming to my house on New Year's Eve, the little bitch must want to be touched by a pig." "Wang Zijin, I don't think a pig has the guts, after all, it's a salted fish, but I don't rule out the little bitch throwing herself into his arms." "Qin Bao, my big knife, Wang Zijin, it's already unbearable." They turned their heads tacitly, and two pairs of eyes stared at Suyu like knives. At this time, Suyu was sitting on the sofa, talking to the old man. She was facing the two girlfriends, and the old man had his back to them. The old man liked to chat with Suyu very much. The high overlap in their professional fields made them have a lot of topics to talk about. At this moment, the old man suddenly felt as if there was a dagger at his back, and he felt uncomfortable all over. He glanced back and saw his daughter's sweet smile, and Zijin's gentle smile. But the moment he turned his head, that strange feeling came again, so he turned his head back to take another look. Daughter, sweet smile. Zijin, gentle smile. Strange, is the air conditioner too cold? The old man picked up the remote control and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner. By the way, Suyu, I just talked about the money fund. What do you think? Uncle Chin, our company doesn't plan to do money fund for the time being. Now Bowser should take the route of bravery, not stability, so we won't consider doing money fund in 3 years, Suyu spoke with assurance, and glanced at the two women who were staring at her covetously. She was very proud. Controlling the head of the Chin family was equivalent to controlling the throne of the daughter-in-law. If Uncle Chin had a good impression of her, it would be difficult for Chin Zhe not to marry her, ha. She liked to see them gnashing their teeth in anger, but they couldn't do anything about it. Wang Zijin gradually calmed down and figured out Su Yu's intention to come here. No, the intention was already obvious. Su Yu favored Chin Zhe, and even the blind could see it. So, she was a rival in love. Then the problem came, Uncle Chin seemed to like Su Yu very much. This was not very good. She had a good impression of her aunt, and on Uncle Chin's side, the favorability was about 60%, and then it was difficult to increase it. If Su Yu preempted Uncle Chin's favorability, and then improved her aunt's favorability, her advantage would be gone. It was time to blacken her. Wang Zijin had a well-thought-out plan and silently peeled an apple. While the old man was drinking tea, Wang Zijin's gentle voice, Sister Su, eat fruit. She handed over the peeled apple. Su Yu took it blankly and was a little confused. When did I become Sister Su? Although she was 2 years older than Wang Zijin, it seemed that their friendship was very ordinary, right? What's with this, we're good brothers, smile on his face. Wang Zijin wiped her hands and smiled, Sister Su, did you come alone? Is there a boyfriend? Why didn't you come together? A's invited you to live together at the annual party that day. Huh? Su Yu was confused. Then her little face panicked. Was Wang Zijin hinting at something? Could it be that she already knew about the affair between her and Chin Zhe? Wait, annual party? Boyfriend? Where is the boyfriend? There is no such thing at all. She was tricked. Su Yu's heart was cold, and she saw Uncle Chin frown. In Uncle Chin's knowledge, she and Chin Zhe should be in a relationship. If at this time, she had a fake boyfriend, what would Uncle Chin think? It turned out that Su Yu was a bad woman with a foot in 2 boats. Bad woman, get out of here, don't enter my house in this life. It's over. Su Yu calmed down, and her many years of experience in the workplace made her calm down quickly and pretend to be at a loss. You have the wrong person, that is not my boyfriend. Sneer, garbage chicken trick, no skill to speak of. Oh, it turned out not to be your boyfriend, Qin Bao Bao's small surprised expression. He picks you up every day, I saw him several times, and I thought he was your boyfriend. Su Yu, damn, I forgot Qin Bao Bao, this little bitch. Damn, this is a combo. Chapter 360. Su Yu felt that she was in a deep crisis. She was slandered for no reason. If she couldn't explain it clearly, Uncle Chin's impression would definitely go crazy. Think about it, a woman who had an intimate relationship with her son actually had another suspected boyfriend in private. As a father, he certainly couldn't bear it. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao looked at each other proudly. In this way, the impression that Su Yu had a boyfriend would take root in their father's, Uncle Chin's, heart, and then no matter how she brushed Su Teddy's favorability, the old man would always treat her as an outsider. There was no discussion, no communication, as long as a look, a movement, the two best friends understood each other's mind. They had a tacit understanding on the matter of eradicating Su Teddy. The old man's face slowly collapsed. He naturally thought more. He knew the relationship between Su Yu and his son. At the same time, he knew that Su Yu was Chin Zhe's secretary, well, vice president and secretary. The word secretary always made it easy for people to misunderstand. The old man carefully sorted out his thoughts. Suyu was 2 years older than Qinze. At this age, it seemed unbelievable to say that she didn't have a boyfriend. Listening to the meaning of Zijin and his daughter's words, it seemed that they both knew that Suyu had a boyfriend. Ace also knew that. Knowing that she had a boyfriend, he still had a relationship with the secretary? Damn it. When did my son become so playful? No, when did my son become such a scumbag? The smile on the old man's face gradually disappeared. Suyu looked at the old man nervously and found that Uncle Qin's face was even darker. Suyu was in a panic. This kind of thing, it was difficult to explain clearly. Sure enough, she was still too confident. There were 3 great illusions in life: kill under the tower, kill with residual blood, I can hang Wang Zijin and Qin Bao. At this moment, Qinze came out of the kitchen, took a few paper towels from the dining table, wiped his hands, and made a 3-point shot into the trash can in the living room. It went in. Steady. Dad, Mom asked you to go in. Qinze smiled strangely. The old man got up with a confused face and walked into the kitchen. The atmosphere in the living room was very strange. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin's scrutinizing eyes, and Suyu's aggrieved eyes fell on him. Qinze didn't panic at all. He sat down beside the beauties and said in a low voice, "If my parents fight later, don't say or do anything. Go back to your room and hide. Leave this to me. If there's danger, don't move. Let me do it." Why? The 3 beauties asked in unison. Why? It's because I screwed my dad over. Qinze couldn't help but recall the conversation he had with his mother in the kitchen. To be honest, I've never seen my dad chatting with a young man like this. He's always very serious and pays attention to his image in front of young people. Qinma listened quietly. My dad is really too much. He invited her over for dinner during the New Year and didn't even say anything. It's so embarrassing. Qinma's mouth twitched. Dad always told me to learn more from Suyu. She's smart and beautiful. Since she's starting a business with you, you should interact more. Qinma said in a deep voice. What else did your dad say? He also said that Suyu is a really good girl, and he likes her very much. Qinze said. Anything else? He also said that a man will cherish her. Qinze said. Is it all true? Qinma frowned. She couldn't believe that her husband, who was known for his strong character, would say such a thing. It's all the truth. Absolutely. Qinma has entered a high-energy mode. People in Jianghu will inevitably be stabbed. It's better for her son to personally give him a knife of love. Thinking about it, it's cool to retaliate against the old man like this. Moreover, if my parents fight, they can help me solve the trouble in front of me and attract the attention of my sisters. The trouble is diverted. 666 However, I can't let my sisters know about this, so I have to send them back to their room as soon as possible, and then I, the son, will come out to mediate the conflict between my parents. After that, I told my sisters that my parents were angry because of my uncle's affairs. Now both sides are very temperamental, and they should pay attention to what they say. The sisters don't dare to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases, so they don't dare to make too much trouble with Suyu. Anyway, my uncle's affairs have a record, and it's very credible. It's right to throw the blame to my uncle. I even cheated my father, and it doesn't matter if I cheat my uncle. A formless killing intent was eliminated by me just like that. To put it bluntly, everything is under the control of the lonely one. In the kitchen. The old man stood at the side in a daze, watching his wife wash and cut the vegetables in an orderly manner, neither too fast nor too slow. So, what did she ask him to do? He didn't speak for a long time. Xiaolon. The old man said. Yes. Qinma nodded and said in a steady tone, Who is that Suyu? The vice president of A's company. The old man said. What do you think of her? Qinma bowed her head to wash the vegetables and glanced at her husband. Very good, very good. The old man, who didn't know that he had fallen into his son's trap, smiled and gave a thumbs up. Chinma silently broke the lettuce. With a click, she smiled gently and said, "How is it good? Do you like her very much? You can't let down such a girl, right?" The old man was stunned and showed a look of realization. He said sneakily, "A's told you? Do you think it's very good too?" Chinma, "Yes, A's told me." Chinma thought, he was already so old, and he still couldn't hold back his restless heart. Maybe he had lived for too long and wanted to know what it was like to die. This stinky little character has finally matured. The old man said with relief, "I thought he couldn't forget Zijin and didn't want to disclose his relationship with Suyu." The old man paused and frowned. If Suyu really had a boyfriend, it was really not good to disclose their relationship. After all, it was disgraceful to play with a secretary. "Wait, old Chin, what did you mean just now? What do you mean by, couldn't forget Zijin, and, disclose his relationship with Suyu?" Chinma frowned and found that things were not simple. "Suyu is his girlfriend." "I thought so before. After all, it's already like that." The old man said gloomily. "Nonsense, isn't his girlfriend Zijin?" "Who said that?" "Don't guess," the old man said. Chinma said unhappily, "Who's guessing?" He said it himself. Just now, the couple looked at each other and felt that their son's style had collapsed. "Let me think about it." The old man felt that his son's circle was very messy. He had to think carefully. "You said that Zijin is A's girlfriend." "A said it himself?" Chinma nodded. "Then, I know that Suyu is A's girlfriend. Anyway, we have done what a boyfriend and girlfriend should do." The old man said, "But just now, Zijin and Bao Bao said that Suyu has a boyfriend." Chinma's face changed. Things were complicated. From her son's foot in two boats, it became Suyu and her son at the same time. In the past, when she watched TV, there was always a plot of the boss and his secretary hooking up. They were a pair of dogs. Chinma looked at it and felt sad. If she didn't pay attention, her son would also become that kind of person. This matter needs to be clarified. Chinma's tone was serious. "Of course, otherwise it will seem that our Chin family has no education." The old man said seriously. "Is your belt ready?" "It's ready." The old man patted his waist. "I'll call the stinky boy to come in and talk. Don't be too serious, or Bao Bao will follow in." Chinma knew that in recent years, her daughter had been protecting her brother. Moreover, this was a mess, and the girls' faces were not good. "Yes." The old man nodded. "By the way, there's one more thing," Chinma said. The old man looked back. "A said before that you liked Suyu, and that you two secretly contacted each other without telling him. He said that Suyu came to the house not to see him, but to see you. He said how you liked her and how you liked her." Look at A's worried face. Mother Chin chuckled and said, "If I didn't know your character, I would have thought that you were an old cow trying to eat young grass." After hearing him say that, "Go." The old man spat, and then, the murderous look in his eyes skyrocketed. "I don't think the belt is enough." The old man strode to the living room. Chinma smiled calmly. "Silly son, you don't even think about who raised you. You even dared to lie to your mother. Look at how your father will beat you." Moreover, it was the husband who beat him. She persuaded and protected A's from the side and made him grateful to his mother. She had played this game for more than 10 years. It was very smooth. Chapter 361. Chinze listened to the movement in the kitchen and imagined the scene. At this time, his mother reprimanded him with her hands on her hips. His grandfather bowed his head and explained nervously. His dignified image was gone. He wanted to rush in and take pictures, ha ha ha. Other children would want their parents to treat each other with respect and love for the rest of their lives. However, Chinze knew that when parents quarreled. No, parents would never quarrel. Usually, it was the father who would be scolded unilaterally. Back then, when it came to his uncle, Grandpa Qin was against it at first. He felt that he should not indulge his uncle. However, Qin Zai's mother loved her younger brother dearly. She was afraid that he would really be drowned in the Huangpu River by the debt collectors. Although the current society was ruled by law, if it was more than a decade ago, loan sharks were as cruel as the underworld. Qin Ma cried and scolded at the same time. For the whole night, his grandfather was annoyed and went to his son's room to occupy his small bed. Little Qin Zai did not dare to complain and happily threw himself into his sister's arms. He slept on his sister's fragrant bed for the whole night. Not long after, the house was sold. Hey, why didn't they quarrel for a long time? His mother's temper was good, but as a wife, she could not bear it, right? She must question loudly. Could it be that his grandfather's ventriloquism was as good as his, and he could comfort his mother with a glib tongue? Liar, how could they quarrel? Qin Bao stretched her neck and nervously paid attention to the movement in the kitchen. It was calm and quiet. Wang Zijin and Suyu did not express their opinions on this matter, but looked at Qin Zai with questioning eyes. No, they will quarrel. I'll count to 3, 2, 1, Ba, you want them to quarrel so much? As they were talking, his grandfather came out of the kitchen and waved his hand. Aze, come here and help your mother cut some vegetables. She can't spare her hands. Qin Zai looked at his father's face and felt something was wrong. His 18 years of professional experience made him have a woman's sixth sense. Qin Bao nudged him with her big butt. Go away, I'm starving. Qin Zai was puzzled. When he stood up, he was kicked in the butt by his sister. Needless to say, Suyu came to the house on New Year's Eve, and the elder sister felt that her territory was invaded by the coquettish goods outside. So she vented her anger on him. Qin Zai went into the kitchen. Qin Ma's graceful figure could still be seen. She stood by the chopping board and cut vegetables. Mom, let me help you. He walked over. Qin Ma smiled. No need. Bang. With a soft sound, the kitchen door closed. Qin Zai turned his head and saw the old man staring at him with a gloomy face. His heart skipped a beat. I might be in trouble. Or maybe the way I entered the kitchen was wrong, but the old man definitely wouldn't give him a chance. In the spacious kitchen, Qin Zai made sandwich biscuits for his parents. Dad, I was joking with Mom just now, please forgive me. The witty Qin Zai directly admitted his mistake. It was useless to be stubborn. It was impossible to be reasonable. He would not be reasonable in this life. If it was useful to be reasonable, why would he need his father's big weapon? Pa. The old man didn't say anything and cut his scalp. Dad, why did you hit me during the New Year? Qin Zai subconsciously stood at attention. He hated this damn instinct. Spicy old radish, it was really heavy. The old man didn't speak, and the second slap came. Qin Zai blocked it. Mom, you see, Dad hit me again. Qin Zai asked his good mother for help. Qin Ma waited for the old man to finish the third slap, and whispered, Don't hit the child, hitting can't solve the problem. Qin Zai complained, maybe I'll get married in a few years. Dad, you can't always be so touchy. Marry a wife? The old man sneered, how many do you want to marry? Qin Zai, your ability has grown. You have a foot in 2 boats. Aren't you afraid that your legs will be too big and you will pull your balls? Ahem. Qin Ma coughed twice, indicating that her husband should use civilized words. The old man snorted coldly, I ask you, what's the matter with Suyu? What's the matter with Wang Zijin? Who is your girlfriend? Qin Zai, he could basically imagine the conversation between his parents in the kitchen, my son found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. Oh, my son also found a girlfriend. I'm so happy. My son's girlfriend is Wang Zijin. What about you? My son's girlfriend is Suyu. Huh, we only have one son, right? Yes, destroy him. When I was writing the script just now, I must have written the wrong name. The original name was A Straightforward Trap for Comrade Qin Jianzhang, and the wrong name was Today I'm Going to Die in a Fancy Way. There was no way to celebrate the new year. Qin Zai's heart was cold. The old man pointed at him and said angrily, "If you don't make this clear today, you can't imagine what I'll do to you." What a terrible line. Qin Zai felt like a puppy that had been forced into a corner. There was no way out, but he couldn't bite. "I have to think of a way to save myself. This kind of thing, even if you beat me to death, I can't say it out loud." If things went south, his mother's girlfriend and his father's girlfriend's model did not match. There was no way to explain it. "System, it's time for you to appear. Quickly help me think of a way." Qin Zai communicated with the system in his mind. If there were no missions, the system basically wouldn't come out to speak. It would be content to be a lowlife. Perhaps it had given up on the idle host. Forget it, as long as the host is happy, the mission doesn't matter. This kind of mentality. System, I'm sorry, host. In this case, unless you have a cheat system to help you forcibly reduce the IQ of your parents, you have no hope of fooling them. Although your heart's desire is very strong, the system will not issue an impossible mission. Host, take care. Goodbye. Qin Zai, go to hell, low-life system. Are you out to be funny? In the midst of despair, Qin Zai's brain twitched. He stubbornly said, "I just want to die." The old man's response was 5 consecutive slaps, turning Qin Zai's carefully groomed hairstyle into chicken feathers. "Dad, don't hit. I'll tell you everything." Qin Zai was very flexible. "Sister Ziwei is my girlfriend, that's right. Su Yu is also my girlfriend." The old man raised his hand again. Qin Zai took a step back and explained, "Listen to me slowly." Qin Ma, who was behind him, knocked him on the head. It was rare for her to be angry. "Hurry up and say it." Finally, he was hit by the mixed doubles. Qin Zai rubbed his head. His head hurt. "The matter between Su Yu and me is very melodramatic. After the stock market crashed, we made a lot of money. That night, the company organized a party. Everyone was very happy and drank a lot. Su Yu was drunk. Of course, I drank a lot too. I sent her home. After sending her home, I wanted to go back, but Su Yu said she liked me very, very much. Then, you know what happened. I don't know your sister." The old man raised his hand and greeted his son. He said angrily, "You used drinking as an excuse. It's fine if it was your first time, but why are you still in a relationship? You have a girlfriend, and she has a boyfriend. What kind of nature is this? If it was a few decades ago, you would be criticized." This was what he was most annoyed about. It was a very bad nature to be two-timing. "What boyfriend?" Qin Zai was confused. "Doesn't Su Yu have a boyfriend?" "Who said so?" "Your sister and Zijin." Qin Zai. It turned out that while he was hiding in the kitchen, a fierce battle had already unfolded in the living room. Looking at the posture, his little Teddy was completely defeated. In terms of scheming, Su Yu really couldn't beat Sister Ziwei. She might not even be able to beat Sister Bao. "Dad, Su Yu doesn't have a boyfriend," Qin Zai explained as he parried his father's slap. "What?" The old man's slap stopped. "Su Yu doesn't have a boyfriend, I promise." "Then what did Zijin and your sister say that she has one?" Maybe, it's a misunderstanding." What could he say? They were both flesh and blood. He couldn't say, "Sister Ziwei and your daughter teamed up to slander others." "Really?" The old man looked surprised. Qin Zai nodded hard. "I swear." Qin Ma narrowed her eyes and made things clear. If her son was telling the truth, then Zijin and Bao Bao's hostility was very obvious. Zijin, this girl, was quite a dignified and well-behaved girl, tsk. What Qin Ma could think of, the old man certainly could. He was shocked. He always thought that Zijin was very dignified and gentle. He didn't expect that she would secretly make trouble. The old man remembered Wang Zijin's impeccable performance just now. This girl was amazing. Chapter 362. Let's not talk about whether she has a boyfriend or not. The old man waved his hand, scaring Qin Zhe into thinking that he was going to be beaten again. What about Zijin? What's the relationship between you and Zijin? The old man's tone was irritated. Pure boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Qin Zhe used implicit language to summarize his relationship with Sister Ziwei. No. The old man was stunned. Qin Zhe nodded. The kitchen was quiet for a while. The old man frowned and pondered. Qin Ma was also pondering. Qin Zhe was trembling. I don't know when the scalp will be cut. Steady, I will be able to get through it. What are you going to do? The old man couldn't figure it out and threw the question back to his son. I don't know. Qin Zhe scratched his head. Perhaps seeing the confusion and loss in his son's eyes, the old man didn't cut him. From a father's point of view, he analyzed for his son, you have a relationship with her. As long as the girl doesn't ask you to leave, you should take responsibility. Su Yu is a good girl. Of course, Dad is not pedantic. If you like Wang Zijin more, you can talk to Su Yu and part on good terms. Otherwise, talk to Zijin and break up as soon as possible. Qin Zhe lowered his head and shrugged his head, like a lost puppy in the wild, lonely and desolate. The old man's heart softened inexplicably. This was his salted fish, his son. Maybe he did something wrong, but as a father, he should not just reprimand and punish him seriously, but also point out the right path for him. The role of a father was the benchmark on the child's life path and the lighthouse on a drifting ship. I should be more patient and careful, help him, persuade him, and guide him with gentle fatherly love. The old man sighed. If you have any thoughts and troubles, just say it. Dad has decades of life experience more than you. I think I can help you. Qin Zhe said in a tangled voice, can't I have both? Do you have any experience in this area? The old man, Qin Ma, was speechless. Grandpa Xing immediately looked at Qin Ma. Qin Ma snorted. Do you have any experience in this area? Attentive? Patience? Hee, such a son should be beaten to death. The old man said in a deep voice, Die, you little red man. He lifted the hem of his sweater and pulled out his belt. Oh, my dear father. Qin Zhe hurriedly grabbed the belt. You'd better cut off my scalp. I'm not afraid. The leather belt was much more powerful than a feather duster, and he couldn't withstand it. I'm in despair. A new year has just started and I've already been beaten up. I feel like I'm done for this year. This wasn't his natal year, why was he so unlucky? Let go. I'm not letting go. Let go, or I'll kill you. No. Not even if you beat me to death. The father and son pulled the belt, and no one dared to let go. Looking at this scene, Qin Ma sighed. Her son had grown up, and he was no longer the child who was beaten and didn't dare to fight back. It was good to see her son grow up and have more and more independent personality. Qin Ma thought with relief and silently opened the second cabinet, where there was a rolling pin that hadn't been used for many years. Because her back was facing Qin Zhe didn't see his mother's action, or his young heart would be broken. When Grandpa Xing saw it, his eyes lit up. He decisively picked up the rolling pin and said fiercely, little red man, accept this shit. Qin Zhe was speechless. If you dare to hide, I'll call Tissue and Su Yu in now. Qin Zhe was speechless. Stand properly and straighten your back. Qin Zhe was speechless. Grandpa Xing used the rolling pin to teach the little red man how to behave. He reprimanded, do you think you've made some money and become arrogant? No matter how old you are still my son. Did I teach you from childhood? No matter rich or poor, the most basic integrity and bottom line of being a person must be upheld with zero tolerance. Do you want both of them? Ha ha ha, Qin Zhe, oh Qin Zhe, how could I have such a promising son like you? Why don't you use your money to get me married according to the imperial decree? Marriage by imperial decree was a system of one wife and many concubines in ancient times, but if you can get the emperor's permission, you can marry 2 wives. Grandpa Xing's strength was ridiculing him. 5 minutes later, Qin Ma took her husband's hand and said angrily, "If you have something to say, let's talk about it. Why are you beating him? If you break the child, you will compensate me." Tears streamed down Qin Zai's cheeks as he thought, "Dear mother, could you have said this earlier? You are not a policeman, but you have learned the bad habit of being late." At 7:30 in the evening, Qin Zai helped Qin Ma make a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner and a large basin of dumplings. The aroma spread from the kitchen to the living room, and the sisters were drooling. Qin Zai took out the last dish. Su Yu, Qin Bao Bao, and Wang Zijin sat in a row. 3 pairs of eyes were shining. "Let's eat." Grandpa Xing waved his hand. He sat at the head of the table. The 3 sisters were on his left, and Qin Zai and Qin Ma were on his right. "A's, help me fill the bowl with rice," the elder sister said softly. Qin Zai filled a bowl of rice for her and handed it over. When Qin Bao Bao took the bowl, her face turned pale. "Why is your hand swollen?" "Dad taught her a lesson." Qin Zai said, "I hit my hand when I was washing the pressure cooker." Qin Bao Bao, "Does it hurt? Let me blow it for you." Wang Zijin, "Do you have any medicine at home?" Su Yu, "I'll go buy some medicine." The 3 of them spoke in unison. They were all concerned and distressed. Grandpa Sheng, Qin Ma thought that A's was surprisingly popular with women. She didn't realize it before. Grandpa Sheng thought that he was always envious. Sure enough, such a son should be beaten to death. That little chick would suffer. Grandpa Sheng couldn't give him any experience in emotional matters. He let Qin Zai figure it out by himself. Maybe it was because Qin Ma was standing next to him. Grandpa Sheng couldn't say, "Son, I'm the most experienced in this kind of emotional entanglement. Tonight, we'll have a long talk and I'll teach you the secret of passing through thousands of flowers without being stained by a single leaf." Qin Ma and Grandpa Sheng couldn't intervene directly in their son's emotional problems. After discussing it, they decided to keep it a secret and let their son deal with it by himself. The ending might be happy and sad, but at least they wouldn't regret it. If they intervened forcibly, it might become a knot in the hearts of these young people for half of their lives. Although Grandpa Sheng liked to beat his son, he was not pedantic. He was even quite open-minded. The last sentence was, "There are many choices for girlfriends. You can try Su Yu and Wang Zijin, but it's not right to date 2 at the same time." To sum it up, both girls can try the depth and find the most suitable for their own type. Anyway, Qin Zai understood it like this. There was no problem. The Qin family's New Year's Eve dinner hadn't been so lively for many years. This year, Wang Zijin and Su Yu were added. If it weren't for their son's embarrassing emotional problems, Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma would be very happy. The older they were, the more they liked to be accompanied by the younger generation. The more lively, the better. For many old people, the greatest hardship was not poverty, but loneliness day after day. For Su Yu, the happiest thing was to sit together and eat in harmony with the family. This happiness was not given to her by her relatives, but tonight in the Qin family, she felt the long-lost family affection. Sitting opposite her was the man she loved most, the serious but kind Uncle Qin, and the gentle Qin Ma. Everything was so beautiful. If this scene could be photographed, please Photoshop the 2 little bitches. Perfect. At the New Year's Eve dinner, Grandpa Sheng, who had always been quiet at the table, made an exception and continued to talk about their topic with Su Yu. From the domestic economy to the foreign economy, and then to the global economy. Finally, they talked about the route that Bao's company should take in the financial industry in the future and some feasible businesses in the near future. Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao had black question marks on their faces. The top students of Fudan University and Peking University felt that they were uncultured and low for the first time. They couldn't get a word in. Qin Zhe could interrupt. Dad, what you said is not suitable for my company. Su Yu, your foreign economic theory can't work in China. Change it as soon as possible. Dad, Su Yu's combination of things doesn't work. Don't discuss these meaningless things. It's ridiculous. Dad, your reform ideas are full of loopholes. Su Yu, your idea of learning from the Western economic experience and changing the downward pressure of the domestic economy is more naive. As the big boss who gnawed on the skill book to the maximum level, the academic discussion between Dad and Su Yu was like Confucius seeing two children debate. Confucius couldn't tell who was right and who was wrong, but Qin Zhe could tell that both of them were wrong. It's none of your business. Go eat your meal. Grandpa Xing reprimanded. Don't interrupt. Su Yu said coquettishly. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin talked about their daily life. Compared with the academic discussion between Grandpa Sheng and Su Yu, the two of them were more like a pair of comedians. Wang Zijin could always follow Qin Ma's words and make her smile. Wang Zijin knew how to please the elders. Qin Bao couldn't learn this skill. Qin Bao could only act coquettishly, but it was easy to kill the conversation. For example, Qin Ma said, Zijin, you will be 26 after the new year. It's time to find a boyfriend. Wang Zijin would smile and say, yes, Auntie, it's time to find one. If you have a chance to find a boy you can get along with, you can fall in love. If it was Qin Bao, she would say, what boyfriend, annoying. Qin Ma said, have you thought about when to get married? Wang Zijin said, marry yourself before 30, what do you think, Auntie? If it was Qin Bao, Mom, you are annoying. If you talk about this again, believe it or not, I will become a nun. The brother and sister buried their heads in eating and were ignored. At this time, Qin Zhe saw his sister blinking her watery eyes at him. Then, there was a small foot under the table, rubbing his calf. What the hell? Qin Zhe was flustered. He couldn't pass the new year. Sister, don't be wretched. Chapter 363. He couldn't help but panic. What happened just now? The old man and Qin Ma were considerate and gave him a beating. They didn't intervene in the end, but it didn't mean that the old couple wasn't angry. In this case, if they found out that the daughter was quietly rubbing against the son's legs under the table. After all, the table wasn't big, but the legs were quite close. Qin Zhe's father's words just now appeared in his mind. You can't imagine what I'll do to you. In fact, he could imagine that these legs were probably gone. Moreover, his mother thought highly of Sister Xian, but she also had a good impression of Su Yu. Just now, she scolded him in the kitchen and then left. Not only that, she even protected him. Only his mother was the best in the world. Whether it was Zijin or Su Yu, his mother was relieved. In the end, as long as it wasn't the maggot she was afraid of, Qin Ma would approve of her son marrying any wife. However, if she found that maggot teasing her son under the table, Qin Zhe swallowed hard. Qin Zhe felt that this would be the most frightening New Year's Eve in his life. Moreover, he had to stay up late. The night was long, and he didn't know if he could survive tonight. The sound of firecrackers, congratulations, and laughter came from the TV. In this festive festival, Qin Zhe couldn't feel a trace of warmth and longed for the big boss's quilt. Sister's feet were flexible. They climbed from the calf to the thigh. Only her legs were long, so she could move as much as she wanted, but her upper body could remain motionless. However, wasn't she afraid of rubbing against her mother? Qin Zhe ignored his sister's teasing and sped up eating. He finished eating early and went to the living room to watch TV. With his parents here, his sister didn't dare to be presumptuous, so you didn't dare to make trouble, and Wang Zijin didn't dare to squint. How nice it was to watch the New Year's gala in harmony. So beautiful. That's it. The foot slid from the calf to the thigh and continued to move up. Then it would be 18K. Qin Zhe quietly reached his hand under the table, pinched the mischievous little foot, and pinched it hard. Ouch! The elder sister frowned and cried out in pain. At the same time, she retracted her foot. What's wrong? Qin Ma asked with concern. The old master looked over as well. The elder sister glared at Qin Zhe and said angrily, "Little punk, you stepped on my foot." Qin Zhe, sorry. The elder sister played the blame game and wrinkled her nose. You're already so old, yet you still don't know your place when you're eating. So annoying. Qin Zhe was speechless. I will take the blame for this. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Qin Zhe lowered his head and admitted his mistake. I'll treat you to candy another day. What kind of candy? Qin Bao asked subconsciously. Deoxyribose. Qin Zhe thought to himself. They continued to eat and chatted. Qin Ma asked about Wang Zijin's family. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin and her son were together. As the number one daughter-in-law, she didn't know about Wang Zijin's family situation. She only knew that she lived in the capital and her father seemed to be in the government. Wang Zijin responded well. Her father was an official and didn't say how old he was. Her mother was the daughter of a rich family. Her grandfather was in his 70s. Because he was injured when he was young, his health wasn't very good and he retired early. She also had uncles and cousins. As for herself, she was an only child with no siblings. At first glance, it seemed that she had confessed her family background. Thinking about it carefully, there were thousands of families like this in China. There was no reference value at all. Hey, with Sister Ziwei's skills, if she and Mom fought, it would be very exciting. Wang Zijin ate very modestly and only took a few dishes around her. Qin Zhe saw her eyes fall on the snow cabbage stewed with winter bamboo shoots in front of him several times. But the distance was a little far, so she didn't take it. In front of her uncles and aunts, she was impeccable in all aspects. But Qin Zhe felt sorry for her. Sister Ziwei, eat this. I cooked it. I didn't cook for you and sister at home before. Qin Zhe picked up her chopsticks and said, try it. Wang Zijin squinted happily and smiled brightly. A's was so considerate. Suddenly, Qin Zhe felt a gaze fall on him. He turned his head and saw Suyu. Suyu didn't speak and fixed her soft eyes on him. She was clearly saying, I want it too, I want it too. Qin Zhe understood the principle of not worrying about scarcity but about uneven distribution. But the problem was, why was everyone's expression so strange? The old man sneered. Qin Ma chuckled. Sister's beautiful eyes stared at him sharply. Wang Zijin, in the eyes of parents, it was probably two daughters-in-law competing for favor or something. In the eyes of sister and Wang Zijin, Suyu was stirring up trouble again. Suyu liked Qin Zhe. They both saw it. But Suyu came to the house this time, nominally to visit the old man. Little you, look away. How can you stare at people like that? Qin Zhe was anxious and braced himself. You can't get it either? I'll help you. He picked up a piece for Suyu. Suyu smiled sweetly and said, thank you. His knee was kicked hard, and it hurt. It was sister. Sister glanced at her bowl. Okay, I'll finish the sins I've committed even if I have to kneel. Sister, you try it too. Mom, you have a piece too. Dad. You eat. The old man gave him a meaningful look. He always felt that his father's gaze was very complicated. Hating iron for not becoming steel? Envious and jealous? Qin Zhe sat down, picked up the bowl, and ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. That foot came again, along his calf, and climbed up flexibly. Suyu and Wang Zijin made me suffer, and you're still blindly joining in the fun. Although it's my own sin, we've been siblings for more than 20 years. Believe it or not, give me a way out, big brother. Qin Zhe glared at his sister, put down the bowl, reached to the table, and pinched hard. Ouch. Suyu cried out in pain. What's wrong? The old man asked. Qin Zhe was speechless. Maybe I stepped on it again? Suyu immediately nodded. Yes, he stepped on it. What's wrong with you, stepping on so many people for a meal? The old man stared at his son unhappily. Qin, come on, where's Do-e? I want to play solo with you. His mentally and physically exhausted sister who loved to cause trouble and Teddy Sue who loved to cause trouble were both troublesome. Sister Xian was still the best. Sister Xian would definitely not be able to do this kind of coquettish action of rubbing someone's leg under the table. Moreover, she was 165 meters tall and sat far away. It seemed that if she wanted to stretch out her legs to tease him, the posture of her upper body would be very big. Unlike two 172-meter long-legged monsters. Short legs also had their advantages. Qin glanced at Sister Ziwei. Wang Zijin. She always felt that A's eyes were strange. Finally, the meal was over. 6 people, more than a dozen dishes, and a large pot of dumplings. The dishes were almost finished, and there were not many dumplings left. The 3 beautiful women leaned on the sofa, enjoying the comfort after eating. Then the question was, what about the bowls and chopsticks? Who would help Qin Ma clean up? The old man would not do housework, so Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin. The gentle and virtuous first daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma glanced at Suyu. The cold and elegant second daughter-in-law did not respond. Qin Ma looked at her daughter again. Forget it, if she had a reaction, she was not her daughter. Mom, don't look, they don't have this consciousness. Qin bowed his head and said, stacking the rice bowls together, let me help you. Sister is Dad's intimate little cotton-padded jacket, I am your intimate little cotton-padded trousers. Hey, the little cotton-padded trousers were not close to the heart. It should be called the little cotton-padded trousers, but if he said it out loud, he would be beaten to death. Qin Ma sighed, you don't have to do housework. You, boy, still have a bad taste in choosing a wife. Qin thought, it's all your and Dad's fault. The mother and son were washing dishes in the kitchen, and his mother sighed, in the past, I was always worried about Bao Bao's marriage. She may be used to being single and heartless. She didn't pay much attention to you, but she didn't pay attention and you found too. Speaking of this topic, Qin felt very guilty. He knew that his mother knew that his sister was a brother complex. Qin anxiously told Qin Ma that Sister Ziwei was his girlfriend in order to dispel his mother's doubts. I said that I am Mom's little cotton-padded trousers. Mom, you don't have to worry about me. Mom doesn't worry about you. There are many girls in my hometown who want to marry to a big city, Qin Ma said with a smile. If you can't find a wife in the future, I will go to my hometown to find a girl for you to go on a blind date. Just find a few, as long as they are passable. After all, you are ordinary and not handsome, so I can't ask too much. Qin, Mom, you will lose your son like this. He was unwilling to give up and said, Mom, look, am I really not handsome? Qin Ma looked at him, look carefully, you are quite handsome. Maybe you didn't have good nutrition in the past, so your complexion was not good, so you don't look handsome. Qin's facial features were very regular, but they were not delicate enough. The system slightly made him more delicate, and his appearance immediately increased by several levels. In the internet's buzzword, you are not ugly, but you are not obviously handsome. Mom is also very beautiful. You are so old, but you only have a little bit of crow's feet, Qin said. Mrs. Qin was speechless. Son, do you want to lose your mother? After washing the dishes, Qin came to the living room. A's, come and play cards with us, Qin Bao suggested. At this time, there was nothing to watch on TV. The New Year's Eve in the big city was actually quite boring. Since the accident on the Bund, there were fewer New Year's Eve activities. If they went out to play, it felt no different from usual. On New Year's Eve, the 4 members of the Qin family would play cards, and Qin and Qin Bao would join hands to cheat some pocket money from their parents. Qin Ma sat on the sofa to rest and smiled. You 4 play, we old people watch TV. The old man said, focus on entertainment, don't play too much. Zijin, Suyu, you 2 be careful. Qin Zhe and Bao Bao often used to look at each other and cheat pocket money from me and their mother. They have a tacit understanding. Don't fall into their trap. Qin Zhe said, don't listen to my dad's nonsense. It's as if we can use our eyelids to crack Morse code. Suyu said that she didn't like to play cards, then moved to Qin Zhe's side, next to him, and watched him play cards. Qin Bao Bao sneered, afraid of losing money. Wang Zijin added, I'll lend it to you, you don't have to pay it back. Suyu whispered, two illiterate idiots. Qin Zhe was the only one who heard it and understood it. Hopefully, they could spend New Year's Eve in harmony. Chapter 364. Now Suyu, who is proficient in 18 kinds of martial arts and proficient in 108 kinds of postures, indeed has enough confidence to despise Wang Zijin and Qin Bao in this respect. And Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are really illiterate. Fortunately, the old man and Qin Ma are on the side. Suyu can't despise the two little bitches loudly. She has to consider her image in the hearts of her uncle and aunt. If this sentence is said loudly, it will be very bad. Sister will definitely refute, you have a high education? Sister just disdains the postgraduate entrance examination. Sister, who lacks internet knowledge, can be ignored. Sister Ziwei always feels that she will notice something. After all, she is an internet veteran. Suyu doesn't play cards, the old man fills in, and 4 people play double buttons. The old man put on his glasses, sitting next to Qin Ma, opposite to Qin Zhe, and sitting next to Suyu. At first glance, Suyu seems to have become the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Qin Bao and Wang Zijin secretly gnashed their teeth. Playing cards was 30% luck, 30% memory, and 40% logic. In terms of memory, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao are both outstanding. After several rounds of playing, they know what cards they played and what cards they didn't play. In terms of logic, the old man and Qin Zhe are awesome people, and there is absolutely no possibility of playing bad cards. They fought for 2 hours in a row. There were wins and losses. During this period, Suyu sat beside Qin Zhe obediently. He didn't talk much, he didn't point fingers, but he was getting closer and closer to him. In the last game, Qin Zhe and the old man were in a group. This game was very anxious. Both sides were very unlucky. Only Qin Bao and the old man held bombs in their hands and used them early. Then everyone began to play singles and doubles. Qin Zhe held a pair of cues in his hand, 3 fours, and it was his turn to play cards. He was a little hesitant. The number of cards in the hands of the sisters was not small. If he played a pair or 3, he might be eaten. Qin Zhe hesitated again and asked, Suyu, what do you think? The sleepy Suyu was refreshed, and her eyes were bright. Are you asking me? What if I lose? Qin Zhe grinned. If you pay, just say it. Suyu tilted her head, thought about it, pointed to 3 fours, and said seriously, play this. After a pause, she added, I guess. Qin Zhe said, it's okay. He threw 3 fours. Originally, he thought that it would be safer to play double Q, but maybe people who didn't know how to play were luckier. Unexpectedly, the sisters had no cards, and Qin Zhe threw away the double Q again. Qin Bao Bao immediately returned with a double K and played an ace. She only had 1 card left in her hand. The old man played a 2 to take her down and threw out the last card in his hand. The sisters failed miserably. Suyu cheered and stretched out her white and tender hand to Wang Zijin. Give me the money. Wang Zijin handed it to her with no expression. Then she reached out and asked Qin Bao for it. Qin Bao's face was black, and a Grandpa Mao card was in her hand. Suyu happily looked for change in the light red Hermes wallet, gave it to Qin Bao, and stuffed the Grandpa Mao card into her wallet. At 11:00 in the evening, the old man took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and waved his hand. I'll watch TV. I won't play. You 3 play fight the landlord. Qin Bao was not reconciled to lose money. She twisted her waist and said coquettishly, no, how can you win money and leave? Come again. Qinma patted her daughter's head gently and said, "Your father is tired, go play by yourself." Wang Zijin glanced at Su Yu and suddenly said, "Otherwise, let's play the king's game." Qin Bao's eyes lit up like a big light bulb. "Interesting, let's play this." "Su Yu, do you want to play?" Su Yu's face glowed and she was eager to try. "This is okay, let's play." The three women looked at Qin Zhe. "Qin Zhe, I suddenly feel so tired, I quit." "No," they said in unison. "You are deliberately making things difficult for me, Qin Zhe." If he remembered correctly, the king's game was very exciting. The king had the absolute right to order others to do anything. This anything needed to be agreed upon in advance. Otherwise, the game could not be played. Think about it, if Qin Zhe drew the king's game, he could do anything. "Zijin, take off your pants." "Su Yu, come up by yourself." "Sister, please eat sweets." Well, this kind of story would probably only appear in pornographic manga. Normal people would not play like this, but the king's game could play all kinds of tricks, like barking like a dog, letting two men kiss, etc. It was very interesting. Such an interesting game, but it made Qin Zhe's chrysanthemum tighten and his balls go cold. You can't guarantee what the sisters will ask for. "What game? Tell me about it," Qin Ma asked with a smile. Qin Zhe drew the king, a, 2, and 3 cards and explained, "The person who draws the king can order the people in a, 2, and 3 to do anything." "It's quite interesting." Qin Ma laughed. Qin Zhe's heart moved, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "Mom, Dad, why don't you play too?" With his parents present, the sisters would not play without restrictions. Most importantly, he had some questions to ask his parents. He could use this opportunity. Life is full of tricks. I don't only want to trick Dad, I also want to trick Mom. If I die on New Year's Eve, I will drag everyone down with me. Qin Zhe thought to himself in despair. Old Master Lin did not have to use his brain and mind. There was still an hour to the Spring Festival Gala. Qin Ma felt that it was not a bad idea to play with the children. She did not know that she had fallen into the trap that her son had dug. Qin Zhe drew the cards, shuffled them, and spread them out on the coffee table. Everyone drew their own cards. Qin Ma was very lucky. She was the first to draw the king. "So, I'm the king, right?" She showed the cards to everyone. "Mom, you can order anyone here to do anything." Qin Bao Bao laughed. Qin Ma pointed at her sister and shouted, "Qin Bao Bao, bring your boyfriend home this year." "Qin Bao Bao," Qin Ma raised the king. "Are you going to play dirty?" Qin Zhe said, "Mom, this is not the way to play. If you point out the numbers, any one from 1 to 5. "Qin Ma, then what's the number of Bao Bao?" Qin Bao Bao hurriedly clamped the cards between her long legs. "I'm not going to tell you." Qin Zhe said, "Just say 1, it's more interesting." Qin Ma pondered for a moment, "Then we can only guess?" "I guess Bao Bao is number 1. Number 1, bring your boyfriend home this year." Old Master Lin's mouth twitched and threw the number 1 card on the table. "Can you change the request?" "I can't do it." Qin Zhe, Su Yu, Wang Zijin, Qin Bao Bao laughed and collapsed on the sofa. "Dad, you must bring your boyfriend home next year." Qin Ma wanted to kill her daughter. She glared at her and laughed dryly. "Then let's change the request. Hubby, pour me a glass of water." Old Master Lin poured the water. In the second round, Qin Bao Bao drew the king. She rolled her eyes and quietly exchanged glances with Wang Zijin. Her sister coughed. "Number 3 and number 5, who's your boyfriend or girlfriend?" Qin Zhe glanced at his card. "Very good, number 1. But at this time, Su Yu silently showed the number 5. Qin Zhe. Chapter 365. Number 5 was Su Yu, and number 3 was Qin Ma. Qin Ma put the cards on the table and said with a smile, Mom's boyfriend is now my husband. The old man reached out and hugged Chin Ma. Chin Ma snuggled in her husband's arms, and the two people unscrupulously showed their love to their son and daughter, as well as daughters-in-law number 1 and 2. Chin Bao Bao looked at Su Yu and squinted. What about you? Chin Bao Bao always felt that the wolf in the house was the biggest threat. Now there is a teddy bear. Since knowing Su Yu's attitude towards Chin Zhe has changed. Chin Bao Bao felt it most deeply. She was almost sure that Su Yu took a fancy to the pig she had raised for 23 years. Before this, Chin Bao Bao just laughed and felt that everything was under her control. But Su Yu's visit on New Year's Eve made Chin Bao Bao wake up. It turned out that there were things that she couldn't control. For example, Su Yu hooked up with her father without saying a word, and even had a good relationship with him. She called him Uncle Chin sweetly. Her father looked at her with eyes full of kindness. Chin Bao Bao had no confidence in her heart. She wanted to see how far the little red guy and Su Yu had gone. Chin Bao Bao looked straight at Su Yu and sneered in her heart. Let's see if you will jump. At this time, Chin Zhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other. The real werewolf looked calm and nodded slightly to Chin Zhe. Steady, we can win. Su Yu said lightly, I don't have a boyfriend. She added in her heart, I only have a husband. Chin Bao Bao said in a suspicious tone, tell the truth, or it will be boring. Su Yu said seriously, I don't have a boyfriend. Chin Ma laughed and said, then you have to find one quickly. Mom's words are quite profound. The old man glanced at his son and sneered. Chin Zhe suddenly woke up. Su Yu did not lie. His real girlfriend was Wang Zijin. Su Yu was still trying to poach Wang Zijin and had not driven Wang Zijin off the stage for the time being. But Su Yu did lie. Her relationship with Chin Zhe was not wrong to say that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. It was equivalent to a bug. In the view of Chin Ma and the old man, Su Yu's answer was not wrong. Because they knew that she wasn't his girlfriend. It was not clear whether Chin Bao believed him or not, but she looked pensive. After reshuffling the cards, the game entered the third round. This time, it was Su Yu who drew the king's card. She glanced at Chin Zhe's card, and her mouth curved sharply. She put the king's card on the table. Number 1 and number 2, who is your favorite person? Wang Zijin heaved a sigh of relief. She was number 5. Chin Ma and the old man smiled and said, not us. The brother and sister spread out their cards. Chin Zhe was number 1, and Chin Bao was number 2. Chin Zhe looked at his sister, and his sister looked at Chin Zhe. Both of their eyes were panicked. Chin Zhe's mouth twitched. Damn it, can't we play happily? It's not about whether you have a boyfriend or not, it's about who you like most. Can't you change it? Su Yu stared at Chin Zhe. Wang Zijin stared at Chin Zhe. Only the sister lowered her head guiltily. What should I do? Mom's eyes are so hot. Bao Bao's heart is so flustered. This game can't be played, sob sob. However, almost at the same moment, the brother and sister's eyes met again. Favorite person, Chin Zhe would rather answer the last question. He gritted his teeth and spread out the matter. Only this matter, he dared not show his cards. People will die, the kind that will die miserably. I'm a billionaire, I can't die here. However, such a stimulating question, it seemed that they had heard their brother, sister, answer it. The brother and sister thought so. Wang Zijin smiled and said, say it, don't dawdle. Su Yu whispered, is it so difficult to choose? Chin Ma urged, say it. The old man, haha. I. Chin Zhe gritted his teeth and made up his mind, of course, I like Mama best. Chin Ma. Chin Bao Bao had a brainwave and rushed to hold the old man's arm, of course, I like Dad the best. The old man laughed heartily, good girl. If there was a disagreement, he would reward his daughter with a pat on the head. Shameless. Su Yu wrinkled her nose, you siblings are playing tricks. Wang Zijin glanced sideways, obviously not satisfied. I'm not playing tricks. The person I like most is my dad. Is there anything wrong? Qin Bao Bao said righteously and flattered her father, I like dad the best. She rubbed her head in the old man's arms. Most of the 25-year-old city girls are childish. In the countryside, girls of this age are mothers. Qin Zhe said in his heart, you didn't say who you love most. You like your parents the most. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Yu and Wang Zijin also figured out that there was a bug in this question and it was overlooked. While Qin Zhe was shuffling the cards, Wang Zijin sent a message to Qin Bao Bao, so you must have taken a fancy to A's. Qin Bao Bao replied, I think so too. Wang Zijin, if in the next game, whoever draws the national trump card, ask her who she likes. Qin Bao Bao, no, she will say that the person she likes is dad. You should ask her if she wants to find Qin Zhe as a boyfriend. Yes or no, choose one of the two. Wang Zijin, that's it. Okay, the game continues. This time, it was her sister who drew the national trump card again. She was really lucky. Wang Zijin was very excited. Her best friend was really lucky. She could continue to attack Su Yu. She quietly made a number of 3 under the table, which meant that she was the third card. In the game of 6 people, she could command up to 2 people, so the probability of catching Su Yu was 2 in 4. Qin Bao Bao nodded slightly. She and Wang Zijin were good friends, good classmates, and deskmates for 3 years in college. They ate and did homework together. Occasionally, they would go to the playground to watch boys play basketball. When Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin went to the court, the boys were like roosters on drugs and were very excited. Such a good bestie. I'm going to stab her in the back. Number 3, do you have a boyfriend? Qin Bao Bao said loudly. Wang Zijin looked at her incredulously, feeling as if something had left her in her heart. Yes, it was the trust between people. Obviously, we said that we would attack Su Yu together. Why did you backhand me? I treat you as my best friend. What do you treat me as? Little lover? Wang Zijin was completely disheartened as she spread out the number 3 card. Qin Zhe, it's over. Qin Ma, pft, Mom, don't be like this. Qin Zhe looked at his mother with aggrieved eyes. Do you have a boyfriend or not? Qin Bao Bao looked straight at Wang Zijin. Therefore, his elder sister must have felt something. Wang Zijin hadn't spoken yet, so you interrupted. It's strange, what's the meaning of your question? Whether she has a boyfriend or not, you don't know. Su Yu couldn't understand. In her understanding, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin were boyfriend and girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao must know. After all, one is a brother and the other is a best friend. Ahem. Qin Zhe coughed. Don't say it again. Didn't you see Sister Ziwei's face was black? Su Yu stopped, looked at Qin Zhe, and then looked at Qin Bao Bao thoughtfully. Yes. Wang Zijin said seriously. Qin Bao Bao asked, who is it? Wang Zijin smiled and said, then wait until you get the next king. Qin Bao Bao looked at her suspiciously and smiled, then I'll ask you next time. Qin Bao Bao leaned over and shuffled the cards. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin opened their eyes and Morse code. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, can we still win? Wang Zijin, it's hard to say. Let's develop wretchedly and look forward to the opponent's play. Qin Zhe, my sister's development is good. She's determined to play. Also, I'm confident that she won't get the king even once. After all, it was 36D. Qin Zhe sighed silently. On this New Year's Eve, 3 women were a drama. It was not surprising that anything would happen. The situation was out of control. Forget it, everything depends on God's will. If everything is God's will, everything is fate after all, it's destined. I really want to sing this song. The 5th round began. There was always a way out. Qin Bao Bao did not get the king card. This card was in Qinzai's hands. Come on, let's hurt each other. Qinzai threw the king card on the table. He slowly looked at Qin Ma. He was waiting for this moment. After several shuffling, Qinzai made a little trick on each card, or drew an S, Z, or L line with his fingernails. Anyway, he made a mark on each card. 5 shuffles, exactly 5 cards. Qin Ma was lucky and did not draw a card that he had drawn. This time, he made a mark on each card, so he decisively grabbed the king card. This was Qinzai's confidence. The first few times, he did not grab the king card because he was afraid that his sisters would see through him. After all, everyone here was not trash. They were all very smart. Every time he drew the king card, his sisters would know that he recognized the card. What should he ask? He had already thought about it. He definitely could not ask, "Mom, what's your biggest secret?" It would be useless to ask. Qinzai took a deep breath. Number 1, who was your first love? Qin Ma slowly showed the cards and smiled. Of course, it was your father. Qinzai said, "Mom, you were so beautiful when you were young. How did Dad manage to win your heart?" Qin Ma said angrily, "Why are you asking about this?" Qinzai looked at Grandpa Shen. Grandpa Shen's smiling face was obviously very proud. Seems like Mom did not lie. My first love was Comrade Qin Zhenjiang. The game continued. Qinzai drew the king card again. Number 3, what's the biggest secret in your heart? Qinzai asked. Qin Ma helplessly spread the number 3 card on the table and shook her head. No. Qin Bao Bao, I don't believe it. After the sister finished, she glanced at Qinzai. Qinzai smiled and said, "There must be a secret." "Mom, if you don't tell me, then I'll change the question." Qin Ma frowned and nodded in agreement. "Mom, I remember you used to take me to Zhejiang province for holidays and stayed at Aunt Sue's house. I heard that Aunt Sue had a younger brother who was very rich, but I've never seen him. Once, Aunt Sue's husband was sick and had no money. You paid for it. So I thought, why didn't her rich brother help? Aunt Sue and her brother have a bad relationship." Grandpa Shen sighed. "The Aunt Sue you're talking about is Su Ru, right?" "Xiaolan, I remember that Su Ru loved A's very much. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed." Su Yu and Wang Zijin listened silently. They didn't feel anything. After all, they were strangers. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head, her eyes twinkling, and no one knew what she was thinking. Qin Ma's face was very interesting, and she even forced a smile. "Why are you asking this?" "It's been so many years, I forgot. Aunt Sue loves me so much. Of course, I'm curious. At that time, I thought that when I grew up, I must teach her brother a lesson. What's there to teach him? He's a stranger." Qin Ma was unhappy. "How can he be a stranger? You and Aunt Sue are so close. You shouldn't know her brother. We haven't contacted each other for more than 10 years. How can we be friends? Why haven't you contacted each other?" "Don't ask." Qin Ma's face was ugly. "Oh, forget it. Let's continue." Qinzai was ready to shuffle the cards. "I'm not playing anymore. I'm tired." Qin Ma got up and walked to the kitchen. "I'll wash some fruit for you." After the game ended, everyone felt mentally and physically exhausted. Chapter 366. At 12 o'clock, Qin Ma and the old man gave red packets to Qinzai and the others, which was considered as New Year's money. The elder sister opened the red packet, and there was a red 100 yuan bill. She smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Then she reached out and grabbed the red packet from Qinzai's pocket, took out the money inside, and said righteously, "This year's New Year's bag, elder sister will help you keep it." "Well, just treat it as your wife's money." Qin Ma said helplessly, "Why do you care about A's wife's money? You, as a mother, don't care. As an elder sister, I'll have to work hard. Qin Bao Bao said. Wang Zijin glanced at her. Suyu carefully stuffed the red packet into the inner pocket of the down jacket and was sincerely happy. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Qin Bao Bao yawned. I'm going to sleep. Wang Zijin asked, aren't you staying up for the new year? Qin Bao Bao shrugged. Women who stay up late grow old quickly. In the past, it was A's who stayed up for the new year for me. Good brother, please continue this year. Wang Zijin, Qin Zhe sneered. Mom and Dad, this is your good daughter. Qin Ma, I'm used to it. Anyway, for so many years, you've stayed up for the new year. The old man, you talk too much. Why do girls stay up late? Bao Bao, go to sleep. Qin Zhe, I was the one who humiliated myself. Wang Zijin was also sleepy. She didn't need to stay up for the new year, so she went to sleep with Qin Bao Bao. Suyu whispered, what should I do? I want to sleep too. Should I go back? Qin Ma said, Suyu, you sleep in A's room. He stays up for the new year at night. If he can't stand it, he can sleep on the sofa. Suyu nodded. Oh. He was a little happy. Mrs. Qin took her to Qin Zhe's room. Qin Zhe's room wasn't big. It couldn't be compared to his parents' master bedroom or his sister's small master bedroom. However, the decoration was very simple. There was a bed, a desk, a cabinet, a lamp. There wasn't a mess of furnishings. It gave a refreshing feeling. This was the place where Qin Zhe had slept for 20 years. His scent was everywhere, especially the bed. Suyu blushed and her eyes sparkled. I'll help you change the sheets, Qin Ma said. No need. Suyu waved his hand. Qin Ma glanced at her with a meaningful smile. That's true. All right then. Suyu was so embarrassed. After Qin Ma left, she became happy again. She kicked off her slippers and happily rolled on Qin Zhe's bed. She rolled left and right, and her whole body was covered with Qin Zhe's smell. Actually, there was no need to go through so much trouble. She had Qin Zhe's scent in her body. New Year's Eve was very happy, happier than any other New Year's Eve before. The only regret was that Qin Zhe slept in the living room. It would be perfect if he could sleep next to her. Suyu lay on the bed and sent a message to Qin Zhe. Honey, come on. Send me a message before bed. Qin Zhe replied, get lost. Come on. I can't bear it. I need my husband to comfort me. Are you crazy? Behave. You can pay later. My parents' room is on your left, and my sister's room is opposite. Let me tell you, the soundproofing in my house is not very good. If you scream too loudly, you'll disturb them. I'll definitely not scream. No. Then I'll come to the living room. The living room is so far away. They definitely can't hear. Okay, when my parents are asleep, you can come out. Really? Asterisk. Annoying. After the Spring Festival Gala, the old man and Qin Ma went back to their room to sleep. The older generation has special feelings for the Spring Festival Gala. Young people don't like to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but they like to complain about it. However, the older generation will basically stay at home on New Year's Eve and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Qin Zhe sometimes feels very emotional. After a few decades, the older generation will be gone. Will no one watch the Spring Festival Gala? Will this indelible New Year's Eve still be valued as it is now? He lay on the sofa, thinking about the thrilling experience tonight. First, he was shocked by Suyu's visit. Then, his parents saw through his double affair and taught him a lesson in the kitchen. Then, during dinner, his sister dared to tease him. Finally, a small game was played. It was thrilling and flustered. This was definitely the most exciting New Year's Eve in 23 years. But, it's all in the past. Everything is in the past. Salted fish say. I've survived tonight. Thinking like this, there was the sound of footsteps in the corridor. The sound of slippers was heard. The beautiful sister came over and winked at Qinze. Her eyes were very bright and charming. Qinze looked at the ceiling and felt that he had become an old general on the stage. What are you doing here? Qinze was very tired. Ah, the night is long and I'm not in the mood to sleep. I'm looking for A's to talk about life. The sister walked over. Where's Sister Ziwei? She's asleep. Then you should go to sleep quickly. Qin Bao sat on Qinze's lower abdomen and propped her hands on his chest. She said charmingly, Your Majesty, I've been alone for a long time. It's late and cold at night. No one in the room can talk to me. I'm flustered. With that, her round buttocks sat down hard. Speak human. Qinze sucked in a breath of cold air. 2 questions. Qin Bao Bao narrowed her eyes. What's the matter with Suyu? What's the relationship between you two? What's the relationship between you and Wang Zijin's boyfriend? She twisted his ear with her cold little hand and snorted. If you tell me the truth, I may be able to give you some advice. If you tell me a lie, I'll shout, molester. Help. Is there a third option? Qinze asked. Yes. Qin Bao Bao lay on top of him and said with a charming smile, My little brother's little brother, cut it off forever. Qinze said, Since you asked sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. In order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to protect the world's peace. It's like this. On a dark and windy night, Suyu recommended himself to sleep with me. Then I slept with him. On another dark and windy night, Sister Ziwei hugged me and said, A's, I like you. I like you very much. You must be my boyfriend. Otherwise, I'll die in front of you. You can't not like me. Qin Bao Bao didn't say a word and stared straight at him. Qinze said in his heart, This is the calm before the storm. Next, will my sister kill him with a hug, or kill him with scissors feet? His elder sister burst out laughing and collapsed in his arms. Her body trembled and her delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. You don't believe me? I don't believe your big head. Sister charmingly rolled her eyes. If Wang Zijin would say such things, she would not be Wang Zijin. In the 3 years of high school, she didn't even wear a short skirt. Moreover, I don't believe that Suyu would say such things. She even recommended herself to sleep with you. You're overthinking it. Qinze said in his heart, In fact, I didn't lie to you. I didn't want to hide it from you, but I didn't want you to know. Qin Bao Bao sighed, But Suyu really likes you, I can see it. Wang Zijin also has a good impression of you. A's, if you were to choose one of them, who would you choose? His tone was calm, and his expression was full of smiles. At first glance, it seemed that he was choosing one of the two, but in fact, it was not. If Qinze was so naive, he would not have lived for so many years under his sister's abuse. I choose sister. Qinze gave the answer with a smile. Sister is so hot and beautiful. If I want to find a girlfriend, I will also find someone like you. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Good. Qinze breathed a sigh of relief. Right. Qin Bao Bao took out 2 red Grandpa Mao bills from the small pocket of her pajamas and went to the cabinet under the TV to look for the red envelope. Her long hair was scattered, and when she squatted down, her buttocks were just like a full moon. She stuffed Grandpa Mao into the red envelope, put it on Qinze's chest, and patted it with her small hand. Happy New Year. 2 big bills, one was Qinze's, and the other was her own, and now they were all given to Qinze. Qinze was moved. Happy New Year, Grandpa is the best. Sister tilted her head. So, it's your turn to give the red envelope. So, this should be another trick. Qinze looked at her sly smile and said angrily, I didn't bring cash, or, I'll give you back these 2 bills. No sincerity, Qin Bao Bao wrinkled her nose. Help me get my clothes. Qinze pushed his sister's buttocks. Sister went to the hanger in the hallway and brought his clothes. Qin Zhe pulled out his black Hermes wallet. The wallet was filled with colorful credit cards. Each one of them was enough to drive a gold digger crazy. He pulled out a card and gave it to his sister. Happy New Year. Here, this is your red envelope, not your wife's money. Qin Bao blinked, so I can spend as much as I want, right? Is it different? Have you ever been soft-hearted when you spend my wife's money? Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Qin Bao was speechless, so she chopped his head with her hand. Qin Zhe said, "Isn't your own little treasury enough? Why do you cheat me of my money all day? It's none of your business." Qin Bao chopped again, and said in a low voice, "It's different." She held the credit cards and ran back to her room. Soon after, Su Yu's message, waiting for good news, waiting for good news, waiting for good news. Qin Zhe, no, today I want to enter meditation, no, I want to enter meditation. Su Yu, liar, big liar. Qin Zhe, my sister just came out. I have a hunch that Sister Ziwei will come out later. In short, it's very dangerous tonight. The sound of slippers came. Who are you texting? Wang Zijin's gentle voice. Qin Zhe, don't raise flags randomly. Ah, Sister Ziwei, why are you not sleeping so late? Come out. Qin Zhe, I'm browsing Tiaba, scolding people, not chatting with anyone. Wang Zijin sat beside him. Bao just came out. Qin Zhe, yes. She was so happy when she went back, holding a credit card in her hand. It's the red envelope I gave her. Sister Ziwei, you have one too. Qin Zhe took out another credit card. I thought I would give it to you tomorrow, thinking you were asleep. Wang Zijin took the credit card, satisfied. Now I can sleep peacefully. Good night, dear. Qin Zhe said, good night, my dear. A few minutes later, Su Yu sent a message. I just heard footsteps. Qin Bao came out again? No, it's Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe sighed. You come out too, gently, I'll give you a red envelope. Su Yu, moi. Alas. Chapter 367. The next morning, he woke up. Qin Zhe glanced at the bright sun outside the window and felt refreshed. I survived the New Year's Eve in Salted Fish Lake. I'm happy. Last night, he thought that he might not survive the cold New Year's Eve. Although the air conditioner was on, his heart was cold. 3 women make a play, this saying was not wrong at all. To sum it up, they could make a fuss. Everything was over, really over, because it was dawn. This time, he could set up flags crazily. The sun was his biggest backer. This morning, the ants were coming to eat at home. Su Yu had no reason to stay, and relatives were coming. Even if she stayed, she would be very restrained. Sister Ziwei was the same. Happy. We, the common people, are so happy today. Qin Zhe sang loudly. What are you so happy about? Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Ma and the old man got up. Her mother was making breakfast in the kitchen. The old man sat at the table and looked at his mobile phone. He should be using his mobile phone to read the news. Qin Zhe folded the quilt neatly and stood at the kitchen door with the quilt. Probably I'm glad that I survived another night. By the way, where do I put the quilt? Qin Ma shook her head. Solve the matter as soon as possible. It's useless to waste time. Don't think that your father doesn't urge you. If you don't give him a satisfactory result, he will really hit you. Qin Zhe hummed twice and perfunctorily told his mother that only his mother was good in the world. Qin Ma was always very tolerant of him. Put it in your room. Su Yu has already got up. Zijin has also got up. They are all washing up. Wake up your lazy sister. Qin Ma turned and smiled. One is in the bathroom outside, and the other is in the bathroom of my and your father's room. Qin Ma's voice paused and looked at him strangely. What's wrong? Qin Zhe held the quilt with both hands. Is there a flower on my face? No. Qin Ma stopped talking. Oh. Qinze hugged the blanket and turned to greet the old man, who was sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Dad. The old man nodded and looked up. Continue helping your mother at noon. The old man's voice paused, and his expression became strange. Help my mother with what? Qinze hugged the bedding with both hands. You're just like my mother. Your gaze is so strange. Help your mother cook lunch, the old man muttered. You're messing around at home. You don't know how to control yourself. Qinze. Qinze took the quilt to his room and met Suyu coming out of the bathroom, humming a song. Teddy seemed to be in a good mood. Hey, good morning, Qinze greeted. Suyu raised a smile on her cold face. It was as if the ice river melted, particularly bright and beautiful. Morning, you, gif of Suyu's smile gradually disappearing. You have a strange look in your eyes, Qinze repeated. Suyu stared at him fiercely, showing a rare look of anger. At this time, the door of his parents' room opened. After washing up, Sister Ziwei came out refreshed. Sister Ziwei. Qinze's heart moved, silently watching her approach. Gif of Suyu's smile gradually disappearing. It appeared again. Originally, Wang Zijin saw him and subconsciously showed a gentle smile. She came a few steps and looked at his face. Her small face changed, and the smile disappeared. Qinze was shocked at that time. Did my appearance plummet when I woke up? Or was my complexion so bad that I was disfigured? You don't have to say anything. I'll look at myself in the mirror. He hugged the blanket into the bathroom. Qinze stood in the bathroom and stared at himself in the mirror. His mind was full of, what the f***ck. The little brother in the mirror was handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a clear face. If this face walked on the street, countless good girls would scream, look, fast shooter. This was not the point. The point was that there were two bright red lipstick marks on this face, on the left cheek and the corner of the mouth. In addition, Qinze also found that there was a lipstick mark on his neck. Pills. Qinze's eyes were suddenly wet. Qin, the veteran of the stage, Zay. A moment ago, he was still rejoicing. It was dawn, and the bitterness was over. It was all right, and he survived smoothly. As soon as he turned his head, God gave him a slap and said, "Dream on." Who did it? Qinze's heart was full of anger. This New Year's Eve was not happy at all. The sun came out, and it was still haunting him. At the same time, Qinze imagined everyone's psychological activities. Qin-ma, yes, you're my son. You must have had a good time last night. The old man, little red man, you played at home, how did you operate it? He couldn't predict the psychological activities of Suyu and Wang Zijin for the time being, because he didn't know who did it between the two. Did you have a good time last night? Wang Zijin sneered. Oh, I should ask you this. Suyu gritted her teeth. Not you? No, I swear to my integrity, and then, was it you? No, I swear to my integrity. Wang Zijin and Suyu looked at each other and stared at Qinze. Who did it? Not you too. Qinze's mouth twitched. Damn, who did it? Wang Zijin glanced at Suyu suspiciously and said lightly, it's simple, just ask. She pulled Qinze and pushed open the door of Qin Bao's room directly. Her sister was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Wang Zijin half knelt on the bed and raised her small hand to spank her butt. Get up, your brother was molested. Wang Zijin shouted. Qin Bao turned over, frowned and muttered, I didn't molest him, Wang Zijin. She woke up her best friend and pointed to Qinze's face. Look, did you do it? Qin Bao looked at Qinze with dilated pupils, and slowly, her eyes became sharper and sharper, staring, which little bitch did it? Suyu said, well said, which little bitch? Qin Bao glared at him. Wasn't it you? Because you have always liked Qinze, you secretly kissed him in the middle of the night. I have already guessed this kind of plot. Suyu sneered and said, do I need to do that? Qinze, this tone word was used particularly well, and it was easy to let people's imagination run wild. Su Yu's language teacher was definitely not a physical education teacher pretending to be. Why not? Qin Bao Bao asked. You can't go on like this. In the next round, you're going to say, because we've already known each other for a long time. Qinze's heart was cold, and he turned his eyes to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin's little face was pale with anger, leaving a kiss mark on Qinze's face. Whether it was Su Yu or Qin Bao, it was a naked provocation to herself. It was like a lion's territory was invaded, and the invader peed comfortably. 3 kiss marks formed a sentence. Hey, your boyfriend tastes a little sweet. Damn it. If it was Su Yu, preferably Su Yu, Wang Zijin must let her know why the flowers were so red. If it was Qin Bao Bao. It seems that the secret can't be hidden, but since you have provoked, then, draw the sword. Chapter 368. Why are you looking at me? Don't you know who kissed you? Wang Zijin said angrily. I fell asleep. Qinze said weakly. It's also possible that someone is a thief calling for a thief. Su Yu looked at Wang Zijin meaningfully. This woman, is she aware of the relationship between me and Qinze, and then announced the ownership of the territory to me? Hey, which one of you kissed him? What's so good about kissing this pig? Qin Bao Bao tried to belittle Qinze. Don't you often kiss him yourself? So, only you can kiss your pig, right? Wang Zijin glanced at her. You kissed him, right? I said I often kiss him. Why do I have to wear lipstick? Qin Bao Bao shrugged. Su Yu nodded and thought it was reasonable. Wang Zijin said faintly, maybe someone is declaring the ownership of the pig, demonstrating. Yes, someone is demonstrating in disguise. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin and then at Su Yu. It may also be a signal for someone to attack. Su Yu looked at Qin Bao Bao and said strangely, even if someone kissed your brother, why are you jealous? Qin Bao Bao raised an eyebrow. I'm not jealous. Wang Zijin, hee. Damn. It's almost like a werewolf. Qinze said in his heart, werewolf, are you going to jump? If you don't jump, I'm going to use my big move. He said, let's compare the lipstick, or which one of you brought lipstick? Su Yu said angrily, this color of lipstick, all women have it. Sister and Sister Ziwei were silent. Bright red lipstick, the color belongs to the general public, and every woman will have it. Qinze slept for a night, and it was not as bright as when it was first printed. If you want to compare, you may need a pair of sharp titanium alloy dog eyes. Qinze looked at Su Yu again, and finally fell on his sister. He rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Sister Ziwei was so angry that her face turned pale. Su Yu, who was full of jealousy, was trying hard to suppress her unhappiness. He hesitated. Can't it be Mom? Qin Bao Bao looked at him in disbelief. Wang Zijin looked at him in disbelief. Su Yu looked at him incredulously. Qinze. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Time to eat. Qin Ma knocked on the door. Seeing that they were all together, she glanced at the lipstick mark on Qinze's face and walked away meaningfully. I'm going to wash my face. Qinze was embarrassed. In her heart, she wondered if she was a scumbag. However, the way she looked at her mother was full of gossip. Qinze washed up and came out. The sisters were eating breakfast quietly. There was millet porridge, a few dishes cooked by Qin Ma, 2 steamed buns, and fried dough sticks. The latter 2 were specially bought by Qin Ma early in the morning. Qin Ma's habit was very strange. Obviously, everything was available outside, but she liked to buy half of it and cook the other half herself. Until Su Yu left, the case was not investigated clearly. Wang Zijin was staying at their house. Qin Ma and the old man knew the identity of Qinze's girlfriend. Only the silly girl Qin Bao didn't know. It was completely normal for a girlfriend to spend the new year at her boyfriend's house. Moreover, it was good to take the opportunity to get familiar with Qinze's relatives. At noon, his father's relatives came, the eldest aunt's family, the youngest aunt's family, a total of 6 people. Qinzhe introduced his relatives to Wang Zijin. The eldest aunt and the eldest uncle were civil servants working in state-owned enterprises. The eldest uncle was doing well and was a small section chief. Both husband and wife had a golden rice bowl and had 2 houses in Shanghai. The beautiful cousin was called Zhang Yinshi. The youngest aunt was a middle school teacher. As a teacher, she was qualified, but as a mother, she was undoubtedly a failure. At least in the eyes of the youngest uncle, his wife was a failure of a mother. The youngest aunt doted on her son very much, resulting in the rebellious character of the cousin, Jiang Cheng. The youngest uncle was a businessman and earned about 2 or 3 million a year. Zhang Yinshi smiled and shouted, "Sister Ziwei, sister." Jiang Cheng was much more mischievous. He winked and said, "Is this my cousin-in-law? What a beautiful cousin-in-law. Congratulations, cousin." Wang Zijin half-joked and half-seriously said, "I'll give you a red packet later." "Thank you, cousin-in-law." Jiang Qing shouted, "Ouch, cousin, why did you cut off my head?" Qin Bao didn't give him a good face and said, "Go away, you're blocking my way." Jiang Qing felt wronged and said, but there's no way behind me." Qin Bao raised her hand and said angrily, "Try talking back again." Jiang Cheng was speechless. He looked at Qinzhe pitifully. Jiang Cheng was a shameless person who judged people by their appearance. He loved to stick to Qin Bao since he was young, but he was teased and bullied by his cousin. He was like a rubber ball, kicked away and then rolled back. "My cousin abused me thousands of times, but I treated her like my first love." During the first year of high school, he rushed home and said that he wanted Qin Bao to pretend to be his girlfriend and go to school. He was beaten up by Qin Bao. Jiang Qing pointed at Qinzhe and said angrily, "Why did my cousin pretend to be my cousin's girlfriend and not me? Boys with girlfriends will have a lot of face in school. My cousin is so hot and beautiful." He was beaten up by Qinzhe. Qinzhe and Qin Bao both liked to beat him up. He was stubborn and wasn't afraid. His way of thinking was different from those born in the 80s and 90s. "My cousin abused me thousands of times, but I treated him like my first love." After lunch, Qinzhe snuck to the balcony to smoke. The cold wind was howling. Jiang Qing snuck over and smiled slyly. "Cousin, give me one." Qinzhe handed him one. He snuck to the corner of the window and lit the cigarette. He took a deep puff and coughed violently. "Don't smoke if you don't know how to." Qinzhe teased him. "Damn, I always thought that smoking was cool, but it's too suffocating." Jiang Qing wiped his tears. "I have to learn this skill. It's very effective to show off in front of girls. In fact, 90% of women hate the smell of smoke." "Cousin hates it too?" "Yeah. Then I won't smoke." Jiang Qing stamped out the cigarette and threw it out of the window. "I heard from your mom that you ran away from home again and hid at your aunt's house." Jiang Qing grinned. "That's because my dad always beats me." "Aren't you just asking for it?" Jiang Qing felt wronged. "Brother, you can't be like this. What era are we in now? It's not popular to teach people that beating is affection and scolding is love." "I'm not you." Qinzhe skinned him. "Why don't you try exposing my scars again?" Jiang Qing sighed. "Recently, my dad often said something to my mom. Big brother beat A's since he was young. Look, he's so promising now. It's because you spoiled him too much when he was young that your son became useless." Qinzhe was speechless. "My poor cousin, my uncle was led astray by my dad." Qinzhe thought for a moment and said, "What you're pursuing now, in 5 or 10 years, you'll look back and realize how childish and laughable you are. Of course, you might not understand if I tell you this. When we were young, our parents always taught us to study hard or we'll regret it in the future. They never took it seriously. When we grew up and started working, we would know what regret was. But it's too late. It's hard for others to teach you things you haven't experienced. So, I can't be bothered to educate you. Do you want to be as promising as I am? If you want, try to read more books and play less games. It'll be good for you in the future. When I was in school, there were always trash spreading poisonous chicken soup. You can be a boss without studying, and you can make a lot of money without studying. Then, you can drink, smoke, fight, and skip classes. I don't know if you still say such things now. Jiang Cheng, yes, I hear it often. In the future, if someone says that, you can give them a slap and mislead them. The era of lousy people is over. In the future, society will only pay more attention to accumulation and foundation. If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll just be a delivery man when you grow up, Qin Zhe said. Cousin, delivery men are rich. On Singles Day, they earn tens of thousands a month, Jiang Qing said. Qin Zhe, he really couldn't understand this society. Delivery men earn tens of thousands a month, and delivery men earn tens of thousands a month. Forget about the two above. After all, it was hard-earned money. Even the subway beggars earn $1 million a year. I'm just asking if you're frustrated. You have to think about it differently. Qin Zhe said, look, I have 2 companies under my name now. I have tons of money. Lamborghinis, Porsches, Maybachs, and Ferraris. It's up to me whether I want to buy them or not, but whether I can buy them or not. Think about it, isn't it good to drive a luxury sports car and chase after girls? There are secretaries waiting for you in the company. Isn't it good to have a girlfriend? An entertainment company, a whole bunch of models with great figures, and many female celebrities. All of them are waiting for you. Don't you think it's great? Do you crave money? Do you crave for hot sex? As long as you're willing to work hard and study, you'll have secretaries and sports cars. So, young man, set me as your goal and work hard. Jiang Qing swallowed. Cousin, you better turn around and take a look. Qin Zhe, I'm not looking. Scram. Qin Zhe said righteously, I was just joking with you. It's the new year, so let's liven things up a little. Although I have 2 companies, I've always kept myself clean. I don't even look at those flirtatious sluts outside. Young man, you have to have a strong character like me. Do you understand? How strong is your character? Sister laughed charmingly. Probably as strong as a banana. Wang Zijin laughed gently. Sister, gentler, gentler. My ears are going to fall off. Ouch, Sister Ziwei, don't hit my chest with your little fist. It hurts. Jiang Qing silently watched as his cousin was dragged into the living room. He thought to himself, I'd better walk my own path and let my cousin cry. Liars, they're all liars. I'll never trust my cousin again. Chapter 369. On the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, Qin Zhe drove his parents and sister to his grandmother's house. Wang Zijin was left at home because she did not want to go. Waiting for relatives at home and visiting relatives with the Qin family were 2 different things. The former could be a girlfriend, but the latter must be a wife. His grandmother and uncle lived together. It was quite far from Qin Zhe's house. It was not in the city center, nor was it near the CBD. It was in a more remote location. It was about 40 to 50 minutes away, and there would be traffic jams if it was not serious. There were many people visiting relatives today, and the traffic was very crowded. They left at 8 a.m. and arrived at their destination at 9:30 a.m., Uncle's house. Uncle's house was in a very old neighborhood. The surrounding houses were very old and were very old. Along the way, some places were even being demolished. Half of the old houses were demolished. The construction workers were on holiday for the Lunar New Year, leaving behind dilapidated walls. The car drove into the neighborhood and parked. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao carried many bags and followed behind their parents. I heard that Guang is back. Grandpa Qin said. He just came back a few days ago. This kid finally knows to come home for the Lunar New Year. Qin Ma said helplessly, Mom talks about him all day long. He has no conscience. It's good that he's back. He should be more careful. Grandpa Chin said. Will you persuade him later? Chin Ma said. Forget it. It's not like you don't know my relationship with him. Grandpa Chin snorted. Why do you have such a big grudge? Nonsense. If he didn't snitch on me back then, how would your father know about us? The old man sneered and said, Your father has never even seen me before. He doesn't know anything about my character, so he vetoed me. If your brother didn't speak ill of me, would it be like this? Okay. It's been so many years. You still remember that your character is not good. Chin Ma muttered. Mom, ever since Dad became a professor, he's been coming to Grandpa's house every few days to show off. It's obvious what kind of person he is. Chin Zai laughed. Are you itching for a beating? Grandpa Chin turned his head and glared at him. 6th floor, room 607. After knocking on the door a few times, the security door was pushed open. A 13 or 14-year-old boy poked his head out. When he saw Chin Ma, he was overjoyed. Aunt, you're here. Chin Ma patted his head, and the family entered the house. The entire house was about 80 square meters and housed a family of 5. Chin Zai and his sister's grandmother, uncle, aunt, and Su Yu and Su Qing. The TV was on in the living room, and the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. An old lady in her 70s was sitting on the sofa. She wasn't too old, and her body was healthy. She wore a pair of reading glasses and was watching the TV with great interest. When she heard the sound, she looked over. Mom, Jianzhang and I are here. Chin Ma smiled. Sis. The handsome man beside the old lady grinned. Any adjective could be used to describe him. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, jade-like complexion, and spirited. In any case, it wouldn't be excessive. This man was Chin Zai's uncle, Su Guang, and Chin Ma's younger brother. He was 9 years younger than Chin Ma, a 37-year-old uncle. If he wore a trench coat and leather boots and had a fight on the streets, he would definitely be able to charm thousands of young women. However, he got married quite early and had a family at the age of 20. You're here. The old lady nodded. She was a cold old lady, but when she saw Chin Zai, her wrinkled and aged face bloomed into a smile. Her tone also became amiable. Ace, come to Grandma. Chin Zai walked over and held the old lady's hand. Grandma. Let Grandma take a good look at you. You've grown taller and more handsome. The old lady's face bloomed into a smile, but immediately turned serious. You heartless little thing. Don't you know how many times you've come to see Grandma today? It's just the new year, and you're not coming? I'm busy with work. Chin Zai smiled. That's right, Mom. Ace is now a big boss with 2 companies under his name. He's busy. The uncle laughed and threw a cigarette to Chin Zai. Ace, when are you going to introduce me to a good job? Why are you giving me a cigarette? The old lady was furious and hit Su Guang a few times. If you like to fool around outside, go ahead. Don't pass those bad habits on to Ace. Ace has been obedient since he was young. Don't you dare teach him bad things. Chin Zai silently placed the cigarette on the coffee table. He thought to himself, I want to smoke too. Since Chin Zai was too ordinary since he was young, he was used to pretending to be an obedient child in the eyes of the elders. He would greet everyone he met and sweet talk. He would do whatever the elders said and nod his head. He never disobeyed the elders. Obedient, and sensible were the labels on him. They were the same as mediocre and ordinary. His grandparents loved their grandson very much. The relatives on his father's side liked his sister more. The relatives on his mother's side doted on Chin Zai more. This had something to do with the preference for boys over girls. His cousin, Su Qing, was also a superborn, just like Chin Zai. I knew since I was young that A's would definitely be enlightened in the future. Look, is it true? The old lady held Chin Zai's hand and smiled kindly. In our family, A's is the most capable. Grandma saw you singing on TV. You sang really well. Yaya said that one song of yours can sell for a lot of money. You even know how to invest in stocks. Who's better, you or your dad? The old man gave him a sidelong glance. Qin thought about it. If he acted cool and slapped his own face in front of the retarded supporting characters and his own father, he would really be slapped in the face. Just as he was about to humbly say that his dad was better, he heard the old lady snort. I think you're better. Your dad doesn't have the ability to start a company. He'll only be like this for the rest of his life. He'll be a teacher for the first 10 years and a professor for the next 10 years. A's is different. When your dad was at your age, he was nothing. But you're already a boss. If your grandfather knows about this, he'll definitely be happy. Don't you think so? Qin sweated profusely. How am I supposed to continue this topic? My old man's mouth is already twitching. The old lady had hidden needles in her words. She was hinting that the old man used to show off in front of their grandfather for no reason. The old man pretended not to hear it. The old lady's gaze turned and landed on Qin Bao. Qin Bao thought to herself. It's finally my turn to shine. I've had enough of sitting on the cold bench. Grandma, Happy New Year. Qin Bao revealed a cute and gentle smile. However, the old lady's attitude towards her granddaughter was obviously different from that towards her grandson. She replied with a nonchalant Mom, Bao is a big star now. Many people are fighting for her autograph. Uncle laughed. The old lady snorted. What big star? She's just an actress. Wasn't her previous job pretty good? She worked in so many powerful units. She didn't lack any reputation. Why did she have to become a star? In her generation, the harshest sentence was, whores are heartless, actors are unrighteous. Uncle laughed dryly and didn't dare to talk back. The old man and Qin Ma didn't say anything. Qin Bao rolled her eyes. All right, the grandson was a treasure, but the granddaughter was nothing. The granddaughter's singing was good. The granddaughter was a disgraceful actress. Forget it. Anyway, she was used to it. Grandpa and Grandma treated her just as so. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. Qin Bao made a face at her grandmother's precious grandson. A's, your uncle won't be leaving this year. Do you want to help him find a decent job? The old lady looked at her precious grandson hopefully. Mom, who said I won't be leaving? I still have a business outside. I can start my own business. It's just that my business has just started and I invested all my money into it. That's why I can't bring the money back. Uncle scratched his head. He felt that it was embarrassing to ask his nephew to help him find a job. All right. How can I not know what kind of person my own son is? The old lady said with disdain. You're almost 40 years old. You don't care about your family at all. Xiao Ru is the only one working hard. You don't care about your son and daughter? Look at Yaya and Qing. Do they call you Dad? Su Qing pretended not to hear. He looked at his TV and turned a blind eye to his father. Of course, no problem. I'll help Uncle with the job. Qin thought to himself. The most handsome gatekeeper in history had appeared. The gatekeeper, Grandpa Su. With Uncle's standard, he could only be a gatekeeper. Qin Ma shook her head helplessly. Mom, you go in and help Xiao Ru cook. Mom, let me do it. You sit down and rest. Qin said. Grandma, I'll help you cook. Why are you cooking? Let your mother do it. It's only right for a mother to cook for her son. A's, just accompany me. The old lady said. Grandma, I'm good at cooking. I've specially cooked for you today. You can try my cooking. Qin said. The old lady was pleased. Okay. Then I'll wait here. Qinze could always coax his grandmother with a few words. He was well-behaved, obedient, and filial. He was the perfect child in the eyes of the elders. Grandpa Su also felt that this was impeccable. He was smug and felt that it was all because of his education. As for beating his son, it was not because he was disobedient. It was because he wanted him to be successful. Qinze walked into the kitchen. His aunt was cutting vegetables, and his cousin was washing the vegetables. The 17-year-old girl's figure was as graceful as a newly sprouted willow branch. She was wearing a wine-red sweater with her sleeves rolled up. Her arms were white and tender. She was washing vegetables in the middle of winter, and the house was reluctant to turn on the air conditioner. She was a little cold, and her hands were red from the cold. "Aunt, I'll cook lunch," Qinze said. Su Ru turned around abruptly. Her face was filled with surprise, nervousness, and excitement. She looked like a little girl. Chapter 370. There are too many typos in the previous chapter. If I change this chapter, it will disappear. Considering that all of you like to read this chapter, I will not change it. I will take note of it next time. Note, chapter 336 did not disappear. It was me who wrote the wrong chapter name. Sob sob sob. Compared to her daughter, Feng Yu's aunt smiled and joked, "You can cook. Can you do it? Don't burn it. It's not easy to order takeout during Chinese New Year." Qinze laughed, "Let me do it. I will cook something nice for Grandma." Feng Yu's aunt hesitated for a while and nodded, "Okay. You, help me look after the kitchen." Su Yu pecked his head. Feng Yu's aunt passed the apron to Dong Shuebing and left the kitchen. Su Yu blinked her bright eyes and looked at Dong Shuebing. Her gaze was the same as when she was young. She liked him, but now, there were other emotions like worship. Qinze looked around the kitchen and noticed that there were a lot of ingredients. All of them were good dishes. With Feng Yu's aunt's frugal lifestyle, Dong Shuebing knew that this was definitely bought by his prodigal uncle. His uncle's flaws and strengths were obvious. As a husband and father, he was undoubtedly a failure. But he still had his good points. For example, when he was at his lowest, he lowered his head and borrowed money from his relatives to send his children to school. He also refused to let his grandma stay at Qinze's house. Back then, Qinma wanted to bring her grandma home. On one hand, it was out of filial piety, and on the other hand, it was to help her brother share the burden. Dong Shuebing still remembered that year, when he was at his lowest, his uncle insisted that he did not care which mother-in-law would stay at her son-in-law's house. If not, why would she give birth to a son? Qinze looked at his uncle as if he was an idiot. Many years later, when he thought about it, he was impressed. Dong Shuebing and Su Yu looked at each other in the kitchen. In the end, Su Yu whispered, "Cousin, let me cook. Help me wash the vegetables." Qinze shook his head, "No need. I know how to cook." Su Yu tilted her head, "You never entered the kitchen when you were young." Qinze smiled and said, "That was many years ago. I'm different now." Su Yu lowered her head. "Yes. 10 years. It was almost 10 years. Don't just stand there, help me wash the vegetables. I'll show you what I can do." Qinze patted her head. It was a habit from when they were young. Su Yu wrinkled her nose and surprisingly didn't resist. Qinze took a glance at the girl who had just finished washing and cutting the vegetables. Her knife skills were very nimble. She must have cooked a lot. For a girl of her age and living in a big city, it was very good that she knew how to cook. "You didn't buy any new clothes for the new year?" Qinze asked. "Yes." Su Yu pursed her lips and pretended not to care. "I'm an adult, not a child. It's not fashionable to buy new clothes for the new year." "You don't have money, right?" Qinze exposed. Su Yu was speechless. She suddenly felt wronged. Cousin was so bad. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't have money. She had money to buy clothes. It wasn't the 1980s anymore. However, her family was in debt. She had an unreliable father. She and her younger brother had to go to school, and it was quite hard to rely on her mother to support them. She chose not to buy new clothes. He cooked a few dishes one after another. The aroma was very fragrant. Suyu swallowed her saliva. When Qinze wasn't paying attention, she secretly took a bite. She squinted her long eyelashes, and her face was full of happiness. Is it delicious? It's delicious. Suyu was speechless. Qinze suddenly remembered something. That. Well, the female high school student, Wen, does she still bully you? Suyu shook her head. No, Yuan always plays with me. She treats me like a sister. No one dares to bully me in school now. Qinze said, oh. Suyu glanced at him. Cousin, Yuan probably likes you. Qinze's expression didn't change. Get rid of the probably. Suyu grinned and said, she's always trying to find out about you. She even asked me to ask you out. I just don't know why she doesn't dare to ask you out. Qinze sighed. She still hasn't given up. He was proud to have JK who always wanted to do something with him. However, it was more of a burden. An emotional burden. Your dad isn't going out this year? Qinze asked. Who knows? Suyu pursed her lips. I know he's hiding at home to avoid debt. I overheard him talking on the phone outside the other day. He said that he would return the money after the new year. I don't know how much he owes outside. As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears. She choked and said, he's always like this. He used to tell Mom that the poorest he could be was begging for food. If he didn't die, he would always make a name for himself. Qinze was stunned. He thought, Uncle must have watched too much chicken soup on the internet. This sentence is full of déjà vu. He also said that he would let the family live a prosperous life when he earned money. He said that he had accumulated a lot of experience and was only one step away from success. Qinze couldn't help but say, that's just an illusion. The first of the three things in life is that I will always make a name for myself. Suyu was speechless. She choked on her words. Suyu said, then at least he's back home. As long as he can find a stable job, sooner or later, the hard times will end and the good times will come. When I graduate from university and find a job, I can share Mom's burden. With Mom and him working together with me, our lives will get better and better. Qinze waved his hand. That's not going to happen. I knew what your dad was like when I was 10 years old. You're already 17, and you still don't know? A leopard can change its spots, but a leopard can't. Suyu stared at him blankly. The mist in her eyes became thicker and thicker. She tried to hold it in, but she couldn't. She burst into tears. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She was sad. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Qinze was confused. Because I can't live anymore. Suyu cried. Despair. Hope is right in front of you. Don't despair. Qinze patted her head and wondered, it's been more than 10 years, and you're only feeling despair now? Why are you so slow to react? Well, I'm not washing the vegetables for you anymore. I'm going to look for Big Ant. Suyu slapped his hand away and walked to the living room while crying. As soon as she reached the door, she was blocked by Qin Bao. Qin Bao asked blankly, why are you crying? The sisters' dressing was very different. Qin Bao was as delicate as a white swan, while Suyu was Cinderella. There was a saying that went like this, Cinderella was chosen by the prince because she was beautiful. Therefore, those girls who fantasize that they were Cinderella should look in the mirror first. Maybe you're actually an ugly duckling. Oh, not even an ugly duckling. At least you have the genes of a swan. Life was full of despair. Cousin bullied me. Suyu cried. Qinze was confused. He didn't know why, but he was blamed. What are you doing? You bullied you. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Qin Bao Bao patted her cousin's head. I didn't bully her. She must have remembered something sad. Qin Zhe said, why did you come in? I'm a little hungry, so I came in to find something to eat. Qin Bao Bao saw the delicious food on the table and threw her teary cousin aside. She took out her chopsticks and took a few bites. She said happily, delicious. Don't eat too much. Leave some for everyone. Qin Zhe had his back to the door and didn't know that Suyu hadn't left. He said while cooking, you just said that uncle came home and wouldn't leave in the future. She also said that when she graduates and finds a job, uncle will also find a job. Then the family will have 3 incomes and their lives will get better and better. Qin Bao Bao, pfft, she laughed and said, that's a good idea, little girl. It's been more than 10 years. Who doesn't know what uncle is like? His mother and grandmother have lost all hope in him. Sai, a 17-year-old in the prime of youth, loves to fantasize. I'm so envious. Sister, you don't have to be envious. Yu is 17. You're 18, Qin Zhe flattered. Then shouldn't I call you brother? Qin Bao Bao said angrily. No, I'm 17. 5, Qin Zhe said shamelessly. The siblings were chatting when they suddenly heard a sobbing sound. They turned to look and saw Suyu wiping her tears and rushing out of the door. She didn't leave? I didn't notice. It's all over. Qin Bao Bao, by the way, should we help uncle? Qin Bao Bao asked. Of course we should help. But we can't help unconditionally, Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. Why don't you send someone to disguise him and throw him into the Huangpu River? You can fish him out when he's about to suffocate. He'll be honest next time. Qin Zhe thought for a moment and said softly, Sister, that's our uncle. Isn't that too much? Also, where did you learn to throw him into the Huangpu River? Qin Bao Bao, I learned it from Sister Man. Her catchphrase is really strange. She always likes to throw people into the Huangpu River. Qin Zhe thought to himself, you're no better. It's really strange. You always like to call me a maggot, a black-hearted maggot. Black-hearted maggot, hurry up and cook. Why are you in a daze? I can smell something burning. You don't understand. It's only delicious when the fat is fried. In the living room, Suyu stood in front of her family with red eyes. Her father looked at her and said nothing. Her grandmother looked at her and said nothing. Her brother was watching TV with great interest. Her mother asked, what's wrong? Suyu said sadly, cousin bullied me. Her mother said, oh. Her uncle said, it's common. Her grandmother laughed. Why are you still the same as when you were young? You always say that your cousin bullied you. Qin Ma an old master, haha. Suyu, then I was born to be bullied by my cousin? Suyu felt wronged. Yes. If it was 100 years ago, it would be good to marry you to your cousin. Her father smiled cheekily. But she and Bao Bao would fight every day. Bah, you only know how to talk nonsense. Qin Ma said angrily. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Qin Bao Bao came out of the kitchen. When she heard this, she glared at her uncle. She had never been nice to her uncle. There was a knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. It was very loud. Suyu opened the door. There were 4 or 5 men standing outside with cigarettes in their mouths. Chapter 371. Suyu stood at the door and did not move aside. She looked at the unfamiliar men and asked timidly, who are you looking for? The leader took out his cigarette and threw it on the ground. Su Guang lives here. Suyu is used to girls who came to collect debts. In the past few years, it was the most annoying at the end of the year. There would always be groups of debtors coming to collect debts. Suyu, who had been through all kinds of debt collection methods, was a little scared, but she did not panic. she said calmly, "You've got the wrong person." Then, she was about to close the door. "Yes, this is the address on your ID card." The leader pushed the door open and said in a foreign accent. Suyu was a little girl, so she was definitely not as strong as an adult man. Moreover, she looked like a burly man. The group of people rushed into the house. The leader smiled. "Su Guang, it's time to pay back the money." In the house, everyone's heart sank. The uncle, who was sitting with his legs crossed, suddenly froze. He quickly got up and smiled like a grandson. He bowed slightly. "Brother Lu, why are you here? If I don't come, how can you pay back the money?" The leader sat down casually. "Didn't we agree to celebrate the new year together?" The uncle looked embarrassed. "Can you be merciful and let me celebrate the new year?" "What money? Who do you owe money to again? Didn't you pay back the loan sharks?" Grandma's expression was indescribable. She grabbed her son's hand. "You owe money again?" The uncle looked bitter. "Mom, I lost money in the stock market this year." "How much do you owe?" "Not much. I'm asking you how much you owe." Grandma yelled, her eyes red. 3 million. The leader stretched out 3 fingers and said slowly, "The interest has accumulated. It's now 3.5 million. 3 million, even though she knew what kind of person her son was, and even though he had paid back more debts than that, 3 million was enough to crush a family that went from rich to poor. "You bastard, I should have strangled you to death. Why don't you die outside? Don't come back and implicate our children." Grandma hit the uncle hard. "Mom, this is not a gamble. This is called an investment." "An investment?" The uncle defended himself. The old man's mouth moved, and it took him a long time to hold back his laughter. "You will invest?" "Excuse me, the finance professor, for laughing. Brother Lu, how long has it been? There's no need for you to come all the way here. I'll definitely pay you back after the new year." "We've already agreed on it," Uncle said in a low voice. "I know what kind of person you are. If this drags on, you really won't be able to pay it back. As lenders, we have to leave some leeway for others." Brother Lu laughed and said, "This house is not bad, but the location is not good. After all, it is in Shanghai. It can be sold for 4 to 5 million. His uncle's expression changed. "Bah." Grandma said, "Don't even think about it. We won't sell the house. Then return the money." Brother Lu muttered, "Damn old woman, who are you trying to be unreasonable with? Watch your mouth." Chin Ma frowned. His aunt said angrily, "We don't have money, and we won't sell the house." Brother Lu scoffed. "The one who borrows money is the boss. This trick won't work here." His aunt's aura weakened. "You still want to beat people up?" "Nonsense, we won't do anything illegal. Your house is not bad. We will stay here. It's tiring to run around outside during the new year. We can even eat good food." Brother Lu clicked his tongue and said, "You don't say, it's really good. Brothers, go to the kitchen and serve the dishes." The specialty of lenders, mystery, chewing gum technique. If they don't return the money, they will stay here. Brother Lu said, "Brother, let me teach you a trick. It's best to borrow money during the new year. We will stay here with you. When our relatives and friends come to visit, we will borrow money from them. It's okay if we don't have money. Let's think of a solution together, right?" As he spoke, Brother Lu pulled up his sleeves and revealed a hideous tattoo. Everyone's face turned pale. Grandma said, "Let me tell you, loan sharks are not protected by the law. Be careful, we will call the police." Brother Lu was not afraid at all. Come. Pass the phone to her. Let her call the police." One of the underlings threw the phone on the table. "Call the police. Whoever is afraid is a coward." The group of people laughed. Brother Lu rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "Loan sharks are not protected by the law. Are legal terms and conditions protected? What if the police come? Is the law not allowed to collect debts? Besides, we didn't beat anyone up, right? The underlings, we are professionals. Just call them. We gave you the phone. Ha ha ha. Mom, I really didn't want to gamble this time. I wanted to make a lot of money to show my filial piety to you. Who knew? Uncle frowned. He planned to run away after the new year. He had promised the loan sharks that he would come back after the new year. Who knew that they would not play by the rules? The old master glanced at his brother-in-law. He remembered that he had said the same thing back then. When the creditors came, he swore to his family and relatives that he would never gamble and work obediently. Again and again. Now, even his relatives were avoiding him. He was at his wits' end and had no choice but to beg him for help. He almost knelt down and sold a house to help him pay off his debt. His father-in-law used to be a manager in a state-owned enterprise. He was rich and powerful. In the 1990s, the problems accumulated by state-owned enterprises broke down one after another. The employees were laid off. His father-in-law originally had a place to go. The state arranged for him to be a small leader in a government office. However, he resigned and started a business. When he retired, his family had 4 houses in Shanghai and more than 2 million in savings. TSK. At that time, they were much richer than the Qin family. Later, he handed the business to his son. 3 years later, the small company went bankrupt. Su Guang was ambitious but incompetent. He was unwilling to give up and always wanted to make a comeback. Then, his investment failed. He went to gamble and lost everything. After more than 10 years, he still could not make a comeback. He sold the house, lost all his savings, and was still in debt. Life was full of despair. In the kitchen, Qin Bao Bao stood by the door and eavesdropped. He's going to sell the house. His sister walked back and whispered, "It's time for us to perform." "That loan lender is trash," Qin Zhe muttered. "I can't believe he didn't do anything. Give him a good beating. Beat him to death. Uncle, this guy, if he doesn't taste the despair of the abyss, he won't learn his lesson." His sister glanced at him. "That's why you keep pretending. Just now, you said that your uncle can't be too cruel. Also, what if we hurt Mom, Dad, and Grandma? You don't know Dad. If we fight, Dad will be the first to protect Mom and Grandma. Then, he will watch the show happily. The loan sharks are not lunatics. They won't beat people up." Qin Bao Bao did not speak for a long time. "They're evil maggots." The family stopped talking. The atmosphere was tense. Brother Lu stared at his younger brother. "What are you waiting for? Go and get the food. Aren't you hungry?" The younger brother understood. Unless it was a last resort, it was not good to beat people up. However, disgusting things should not be said with words. It should be done with actions. Don't think that we loan sharks are paper tigers. The younger brother thought of a very powerful sentence. Don't say that I didn't warn you. The younger brother looked around and walked to the kitchen. Chapter 372. The younger brother walked to the kitchen. The closer he got to the kitchen, the stronger the aroma was. It was not easy for them to run all the way to collect debts. However, every time they collected debts, they would get a high commission. The more debts they collected, the more commission they would get. In fact, the company had planned to put Su Guang's money aside for a while and wait for the interest to increase. However, they later found out that Su Guang was a professional debt collector. He was a professional at running away. They might not see him even if they stayed at his house for a year. This was very naughty. They could not keep an eye on the orphan and widow. If the one being harassed was not the creditor, the police would still take care of it. If it was more than 10 years ago, they would have caught the woman at home and sold her. Look at the little girl outside. She was so pretty. The younger brother thought, Su Guang did not even bother to do a paternity test. She was obviously his biological daughter. The younger brother walked into the kitchen and was shocked. He saw a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. As an experienced driver, he subconsciously looked up. She was wearing a pair of pencil pants. Her legs were straight and long, slender and even. She was wearing a white knitted top. Her chest was heavy. She was tall, about the same as him. It was rare to see a woman with such a domineering figure. Further up, there was a face that could cause the downfall of a country. The curve of her cheeks was very beautiful. She had an oval face that was sharp and pretty. Her curly hair was draped over her shoulders, and her eyes were bright like stars. Although she was very beautiful, she seemed a little familiar. F***ck, it's Qin Bao Bao. The younger brother shouted. He grabbed his phone and took 3 consecutive photos of Qin Bao Bao. Boss, Qin Bao Bao is here. Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard. She cursed in her heart. F***ck, you're a quick-witted idiot. Hurried footsteps sounded. A group of people rushed over. It's really Qin Bao Bao. She's so beautiful. I didn't know she was so beautiful without makeup. I thought she was wearing makeup. Her figure is so good. She's indeed a goddess. But why would a relative of a goddess owe so much money? I want an autograph. I want to take a photo with her. Useless. You can even ask her to accompany you for a meal. Otherwise, we'll expose this matter. The underlings discussed animatedly as they took out their phones to take pictures. Get out. Qin Bao covered his face as he closed the door. Brother Lu held the door open and was pleasantly surprised. Su Guang is your relative? No wonder you've been hiding in the kitchen. Qin Bao Bao, let's talk outside. Yo, the stock god is here too. Brother Lu looked at Qin Zhe again. Bring the dishes out. Let's talk while we eat. Qin Zhe said indifferently, let's talk outside. He led everyone to the living room. The loan sharks really knew how to pick the right time. At this moment, it seemed a little difficult to stay out of it. Although his uncle was a prodigal, he was really good to Qin Zhe when he was young. Before he squandered all the money in the family, he would often bring snacks and toys to his house. The thing that Qin Zhe looked forward to the most every weekend was his uncle's visit. His handsome uncle had the air of a big boss. The moment he came to visit, he gave him a hug and brought gifts and snacks. At that time, Qin Zhe was not rich and did not buy many snacks and toys. Otherwise, his sister would not have encouraged the little pervert to steal change to buy popsicles and lick them. Why don't you return your uncle's money? Brother Lu, who had learned about Qin Bao Bao's niece from Su Guang, sat on the sofa casually. The sofa was not big. The elders in the family were sitting, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were standing, and Brother Lu alone took up half of the sofa. I don't have money. Grandma was stubborn. She turned her head and insisted. How can you not have money? You're a big star. You can get millions or even tens of millions just by filming a movie. I heard that you can get even more if you drink with a big boss. Brother Lu laughed. Grandma suddenly looked at Qin Bao Bao with a sharp gaze. Grandma, my sister won't drink with people. She's in my company. I run an entertainment company. Qin Zhe explained. Grandma squeezed out a smile and said, A's is so capable. I'll believe everything you say. Don't lie to me. If your sister drinks with men, I'll pretend that I don't have a granddaughter. Qin Zhe was the first male of the Qin and Su families in this generation. Grandma and Grandpa cherished him very much. Brother Lu sneered. Our rule here is that the dead person's debts are cleared. You can go to the rooftop. The elders' expressions changed. Aunt said, then, Bao Bao, why don't you help your uncle? Aunt's eyes flashed with shame and hope. Suyu bit her lips and looked at Qin Zhe. Her eyes were the same as her mother's. What help? Grandma interrupted again. Isn't selling one house enough? Another 3 million? Is your sister's money picked up from the sky? Just to clean up your man's mess? Don't even think about it. I'd rather sell the house and let the whole family go hungry. Her tone gradually became flustered and exasperated. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why am I not dead yet? Let me die early so that I can meet your father. Out of sight, out of mind. Qin Ma's eyes reddened. She turned and glared at her husband. Grandpa? What did I do wrong? Why are you glaring at me? I haven't said anything from the beginning. If you don't believe me, you can read the previous chapter. I definitely didn't say anything. Why are you glaring at me? I'm so confused. Of course, he didn't know. However, Qin Ma knew the reason why her mother didn't let her fork out the money. A few years ago, when she knew that her daughter and son-in-law were unhappy about the sale of the house, her grandma talked to Qin Ma about it. She was afraid that her daughter's family would be ruined because of this. It was said that a son-in-law was half a son. However, he wasn't a biological son after all. Even if he was a biological brother, he wouldn't throw money away like this. A house was worth a few million. No matter how generous one was, they would still have objections. At that time, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were both young. If they were to divorce because of this, the child would be the one suffering. Now, he was already in his 40s. After so many years, there was another 3 million. Who said that people in their 40s and 50s wouldn't divorce? Aunt's already weak aura instantly disappeared. She silently wiped her tears. Suyu lowered her head sadly. Su Qin glared at her father. I think you should pay it back. 3 million isn't a lot to you. Brother Lu looked at Qin Bao Bao and then at Qin Zhe. He said, we've already taken the photos. How much do you think it'll sell for on the internet? Think about it. Qin Bao Bao's relative owes huge loan sharks, or Qin Bao Bao leaves her relative in death, man silent, woman crying. It's not good for your reputation either. I know you. The internet says that you're a clean stream in the entertainment industry. There are no scandals or messy things. If it's exposed that you're stingy and that you're indifferent to your own uncle's plight, your image will be ruined. Qin Zhe resisted the urge to complain. He thought to himself, you were the editor of the breaking news department last time? Actors nowadays are most afraid of having their image ruined. Look, when you have a girlfriend, your image will be ruined. Actors will keep a low profile. When you remarry, your image will be ruined again. You'll keep a low profile again. If you keep a low profile for half a year or a year, how much less money will you earn? Brother Lu sneered. Brother Lu cheered himself on in his heart. He said those words in front of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe with a fake smile. He felt that he had transformed from a debt collector into a big shot in the entertainment industry. In the future, he could even brag. Qin Bao Bao is nothing. During the new year, I even looked down on her. In front of a big star, I'm actually so impressive. 666 Qin Bao Bao looked at her younger brother. This matter was quite troublesome. 3 million was not a lot to the siblings now. The key was that with her uncle's unscrupulous character, she felt that she would be done for if she had to clean up his mess again. But if she did not help. After all, he was her mother's biological brother. If she did not help him this time, her aunt would probably get a divorce, right? Her grandmother was old and needed someone to take care of her. Her cousins were still in school. Divorce would be a troublesome matter. When the assets were divided, it was not certain who would get the house. Because her uncle was always in the wilderness, and her aunt was working hard to look after the crystal alone, the legal judgment would definitely favor her. Ding! System notification, there is no mission. The system appeared and said in a shocked tone, Host, this is such a good opportunity, but you don't have the slightest desire to show off. Every time you appear, it feels like an old friend reuniting. I almost forgot about you. Qin Zhe said in his heart. There are many people who have forgotten about me. The system said bitterly. Why are you acting cool in front of your family? Everyone knows that I'm rich. Qin said. Fine, I admit defeat. The system went offline. I'll pay for this. Qin said. Since his sister threw the responsibility to him, of course he would accept it. As a man, his sister only needed to be responsible for crying. Why don't you come out with me? I'll bring you to the bank. Brother Lu was stunned. Can you withdraw money from the bank now? It should be the holidays now, right? If you can't withdraw money, why are you here to collect debts? Qin said in a huff. Actually, they did not plan to get the money. If they were so straightforward, the debt collectors would lose their jobs. At first, they planned to pester them so that they could not have a peaceful new year. When they got impatient and went crazy, they would return the money. You want to go to the bank with this small amount of money? I have a lot of money in my safe. Qin was careless and showed off again. Then I'll go with you. They can stay. Brother Lu said. It's the new year. Are you trying to embarrass me here? Are you afraid that I'll stand you up? Do you know that? Do you think I won't smash you with a coin? Brother Lu was speechless. Qin turned his head and said, Grandma, I'll bring them to withdraw money. Grandma was in tears. She wanted to say something but could not. After a moment of sobbing, she said, I really want him to die. Uncle looked embarrassed. He looked at Qin and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He felt guilty and grateful. Actually, if Su Yao had lent him the money, this would not have happened. But that grandson of his did not help him. The group left and followed Qin out of the door, took the elevator, and left the neighborhood. After Qin left the building, he turned a corner and brought them to the flower bed behind the building. Uncle's building was at the edge of the neighborhood. In front was the building, and behind was the wall and green belt. Anyway, no one would see it. As for whether the people upstairs would see it or not, Qin did not care. He took off his jacket and moved his neck like on TV. His bones cracked. Ding. Mission hint, beat the loan shark until he starts to doubt his life. Success will reward 300 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. The system was in tears. Salted fish, you're finally hard for once. What, do you want to do it? Are you sure? Brother Lu glanced at him. Even if you're a celebrity, we can still do it. His lackeys surrounded him. Chapter 373. It was only right and proper to return the money owed. The money had to be returned, and the person had to be beaten. He simply couldn't stand their style. It was one thing for them to force the debt, but they shouldn't have taken photos, and they even threatened Qin Bao. They were simply too arrogant. Debt collectors were not good people. It was always right to remember this sentence, especially loan sharks. Debt collectors, 10 or 20 years ago, liked violence. Beating people was a light punishment. They would rush into people's homes and wreak havoc. They would splash paint on people's doors, and the entire corridor would be filled with a pungent smell. On the wall, they would write things like, return the money owed, and so on. This was not made up on TV. It was real. Qin had seen it when he was a child. A group of people rushed into his uncle's house and smashed everything they could get their hands on. They threatened to drown people in the Huangpu River if they didn't return the money. Then, they quickly left before the police arrived. At that time, his sister and cousin huddled together in fear. Qin watched the whole process expressionlessly. He felt that he was a little like Bu Jingyun. In fact, he was so scared that his legs went soft, and he didn't know what expression to make. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. At that time, Qin, who was in the 3rd grade of elementary school, comprehended a super cool sentence without a teacher: the river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully me just because I'm still young. Since then, he didn't like to go to his uncle's house. He had long wanted to beat up the debt collectors. Unfortunately, debt collectors were now advancing with the times. It was not popular to rush into people's houses to smash and rob. Qin Zhe's many years of wish could not be fulfilled. At home, he had to maintain the image of an obedient grandson, a good son, a good cousin, a capable brother, and so on. Brother Lu was right about one thing. He couldn't let his image collapse. Brother Lu strode over and slapped him. He was very disdainful. Did a stinky actor really think that he was the king of the city's soldiers? One against a group of them? He didn't hit people because it was more convenient to collect the debt more quickly. It didn't mean that he really didn't know how to hit people. Halfway through the slap, he was kicked in the stomach by Qin Zhe. The man, who was more than 160 pounds, flew 2 meters away and lay on the ground vomiting acid. Well, he didn't have time for lunch. The group of people and the entire atmosphere suddenly froze. But Qin Zhe didn't care. He was like a wolf in a flock of sheep. He sent one flying with a slap and one flying with a kick. He was fast and ruthless. There were almost no roundhouse kicks, high kicks, tombstone smashing hands, and all kinds of fancy dodging skills. A real fight relied on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. When Qin Zhe first got beaten up at the entrance of the internet cafe, he already knew that the tricks in the martial arts novels and the tricks in the movies were all fabricated. It was only after the fight that he realized that it wasn't even a warm-up. He wasn't panting or sweating at all. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to react. How did they get wiped out so inexplicably? Qin Zhe walked to Brother Lu and squatted down. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Brother Lu's eyes were filled with fear. What the F***ck, is this guy really a soldier king? In addition, there was hatred. You're finished. You're a celebrity. How dare you hit us? We're going to expose you. We're going to call the police. Qin Zhe slapped him on the head. Go ahead and call the police. Let's see if the police side with you or me. You have to believe that I have the ability. Expose you? You don't even have evidence. Go ahead and expose me. He threw the phone in front of Brother Lu and sneered. Whoever doesn't call the police is a coward. Brother Lu didn't pick up the phone and said unwillingly, even so, the loan contract still has legal effect. You still have to pay the money. I didn't say that I won't pay the money back. I'll pay the money back. I'll hit you. Qin Zhe patted his face. How many years have you been in this business? 4 years. How many have you forced to commit suicide? Brother Lu didn't say anything. Qin Zhe peeled the skin on his head again. He hit him especially hard. He covered his head and his body trembled for a long time. 2. Brother Lu said. 1 in 2 years. Impressive. It's their own fault. It's not my fault. Qin Zhe said, take out your phone. Huh? Brother Lu didn't react. He slapped him. Take it out. Although he was a little confused, he had to take it out obediently. Qin Zhe threw it on the ground and stomped it. Take photos. Take them out. Take them all out. One by one, they were all crushed. He stepped on one and scolded, take photos. When he stepped on one of the phones, he added another kick. The guy who kicked him rolled his eyes. Accompany you for dinner, right? Do you want Qin Bao to accompany you for dinner? No, I don't, my sister is so beautiful. Don't you want this? Another kick. Big brother. Spare me. Just now in the kitchen, Qin Zhe wanted to beat him. A group of losers took photos of his sister, commented on her figure without restraint, made fun of her, and even wanted Qin Bao to accompany them for dinner. Either they were arrogant or Qin Zhe couldn't lift the knife. This group of losers was quite rich. They were all using the latest model of Pair Mobile. When he stepped on the last person, the guy cried, Big brother, I didn't take any photos. Can I not step on them? Qin Zhe looked at him disdainfully. Give me a reason not to step on them. We have to take a taxi. Chinze was speechless. I. Damn you, Didi hailing taxi. He stomped on them. Damn it, he was almost speechless. Finally, he remembered the business. He asked the underling who almost made him speechless, "Are you doubting life?" Huh? Why would I doubt life? The underling was confused. You're not pregnant, right? He slapped him and asked again, "Are you pregnant?" Yes, I'm pregnant. The underling cried. Chinze asked the next one, "Are you pregnant?" Yes. What about you? Yes, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant too. I'm pregnant too. Ding, mission completed. Reward, 300 points. The system's emotionless voice ended, and then said, "Congratulations, host, you've successfully made a group of men pregnant." Chinze, after beating them up and venting his anger, it was time to think about returning the money. Chinze said, "Did you bring the loan contract?" Yes. Brother Lu explained, "This time, the boss gave us a death order. If we don't get the money back, we won't go back. So I brought the contract with me and left it in the hotel." Okay, you go back to the hotel and get the contract. The rest of you, follow me. I'll go get the money. Big brother. We don't have a car. What? No car. Chinze suddenly felt that this group of debt collectors was very low. They were like the system. Damn you. The system scolded. I forgot that this low can read my brain waves. Brother Lu explained, "We're not from Shanghai. It's too far away. We took the high-speed rail here. If we drove, we would need 2 cars. The gas and toll. The high-speed rail is more affordable." I was speechless again. Big brother, can you give me a ride? The hotel is a bit far. My phone was smashed by you, so I can't take a taxi. Do you have to take a taxi to go out? When there was no taxi, did you go out by foot? Chinze was furious. Damn it, this group of debt collectors came to tease me. It's the new year, so I can't take a taxi. Chinze slapped him again. Fortunately, there was no one. Otherwise, the handsome show in front of people would become a taxi, and it would explode. Do you have nothing better to do than to send someone to a hotel? If I did that, my status would drop to 0. Chinze turned his head and left. He drove to the company and took out all the money in the safe. It was not enough. He called Su Yu and asked her for the password of the safe in the office. The two of them pooled together and made up 3 million. He put it in a cardboard box, tied it with tape, and carried it out of the company. During the new year, some office buildings have been closed, some have not. Not every company must have a holiday during the new year. Many posts are open all year round. Back to Grandma's community, it was still the original grass. Brother Lu, with a group of people, sat on the lawn, smoking and talking. Boss, is this the end of it? A younger brother bit a cigarette and said unwillingly. Why don't we get the money and run away without giving him the contract? Anyway, there are so many people, he doesn't know who has the contract. You are stupid, if you don't get the contract, he will give you the money, watch you go a long way, and then say, "Oh, the contract is not in hand," and then catch us with flies? Brother Lu spat out a mouthful of smoke and sighed, "Shut up, it's good to get the money back. Go home early and you can still catch up with the new year." He's here. A younger brother whispered. Brother Lu threw away the cigarette but put a smile on his face, and greeted him. So fast? Chinze saw him and was a little surprised. Didn't he say that it was difficult to take a taxi? I bought a few packs of cigarettes at the supermarket outside and asked the boss to help me take a taxi. I told the driver to cancel the order when the taxi arrives. Damn it, this Didi taxi driver just won't go away. In addition, his words were full of the shrewdness of a commoner. Although it was very realistic, it still felt very low. Why is it that other novel protagonists are so pretentious and full of pretentiousness, but my style is not right? Qin Zhe put down the box. Another problem came. The tape was too tight and could not be opened. Do any of you have a knife? Everyone shook their heads. The loan shark, you don't have a knife? A younger brother said awkwardly, we did, but it was confiscated when we went through the security check at the high-speed railway station. The style was not right again. As a loan shark, shouldn't he just casually take out a knife? So he found a rusty iron wire and cut it open. A group of people moved the box to the side of the building. It was too conspicuous in the lawn, but it could be seen clearly from downstairs. $3 million, a group of people, counting for more than half an hour. Qin Zhe stood at the side of the building and looked up at the sky. His heart was tired. Other protagonists, what? This beautiful girl's family owes you $5 million? It's okay, I paid it back. Then I paid the money back. As for me, I stood at the side and watched a group of debt collectors count the money until my hands cramped. I accompanied them in the cold wind for half an hour. Where did my pretentiousness go? Was it eaten by dogs? Brother Lu squatted beside the box and put the money into the box with his friends. He rubbed his swollen hands and said, actually, we can transfer the money to the bank. There's no rush. Stop talking, Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. If the amount is correct, take out the contract. Brother Lu took out the contract from the bag he brought from the hotel and handed it to him. Qin Zhe did not look at it. His heart skipped a beat. The money was returned, but his uncle did not learn his lesson. With his personality, he might be more reckless this year. Could he take this opportunity to teach him a lesson? For example, let these guys beat up his uncle. Scare him into chopping off his hands? But it's not good to cheat his uncle like this, right? Actually, this decision of mine is probably made by my father, mother, sister, grandmother, and other relatives. They all want to do it but are too embarrassed to do it. Well, this is not my decision alone. It's the decision of all my relatives and friends. But everyone is too embarrassed, so I'm the only one who can do it. Thinking of this, his heart felt much better. Qin Zhe frowned slightly and felt that this was feasible. Come here, we have something to discuss. Qin Zhe waved at Brother Lu. Chapter 374. Big Brother. Is there anything else? Brother Lu looked at him cautiously. Once we get the money, our job is done. We don't know each other well. It's not easy for us lenders. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette and handed it over. There's something I need your help with. If you help me do it, I'll give you 3,000 each. You'll also have the high-speed train fare home. Then. What is it? Brother Lu said. Let's listen first. We won't do anything illegal. This was definitely not a debt collector. He was even more cowardly than a salted fish. Trick my uncle. Su Guang into coming down, and then. Qin Zhe mumbled, don't hit him too hard, just beat him up, but don't hit him too lightly, just scare him a little. Brother Lu looked at him in disbelief. He thought, what the hell? This kid is Su Guang's nephew? Then, how do we trick him down? Brother Lu asked. Just say that I asked him to come down and look at the loan contract to confirm its authenticity. Qin Zhe said. He ignored Brother Lu's weird look. Anyway, the situation had changed. It didn't matter anymore. From the nephew helping his sister solve the problem, it became the nephew working with outsiders to bully his uncle. I'll transfer the money to you through Alipay. Tell me your Alipay account number, Qin Zhe said. Okay. Although Brother Lu was a little confused, he was quite happy that he didn't earn money. Collapse, his uncle was obviously one of his own people, but he felt very, very scary. He only knew how to scam his own people. This time, he helped him with 3 million. What about next time? Would it be 30 million, or 300 million? When that time came, Qin Zhe would definitely not help. There was no reason for him to spend money like this. However, how could he, as the grandson and son, feel good when he saw his grandmother heartbroken and Chin Ma's sad face? Therefore, he needed to let his uncle know why the flowers were so red. Brother Lu thought for a while and felt that it was feasible. He looked around and sadly found that his subordinates all had some injuries on their faces. He couldn't find anyone whose face was unscathed. This son of a bitch, he didn't hit people's faces. He was going to break the rules. You, go up and ask Su Guang to come down. Brother Lu pointed at a subordinate with lighter injuries. The little brother answered and went up the stairs. After the little brother went upstairs, he knocked on the door. The one who opened the door was the lively little girl. Su Guang, come down. Your nephew wants you to take a look at the contract. The subordinate stood at the door and shouted inside. Su Guang immediately ran out. In the elevator, Su Guang looked at his little brother and asked, "What happened to your face?" "It's none of your business." The underling's face immediately darkened. Su Guang smiled. The two of them exited the elevator and walked to the lawn behind the building. Su Guang saw Brother Lu and his gang. At the same time, he was also surrounded. "Take a look at the contract. Is there any problem?" Brother Lu handed the contract over. Su Guang looked through it carefully and scanned his signature and thumbprint to confirm that there were no mistakes. "No problem." "All right." Brother Lu placed the contract on the box and chuckled. "The money issue is settled. Now, let's settle the accounts." "What debt?" "I don't owe you anything." The uncle took a step back warily and looked at his nephew who was not far away. His nephew put his hands in his pockets and looked at the sky at a 15-degree angle. He was whistling and looking cool. "A's!" The uncle shouted. "Uncle, what's wrong?" Chin Zhe was confused. "They want to beat you up." The uncle shouted. "Beat him up." Brother Lu waved his hand. Immediately, one of the underlings kicked Su Guang and the others surrounded him and punched him. "Please, don't beat my uncle. Be careful or I'll call the police." Chin Zhe's expression changed drastically. His feet didn't move at all. Don't beat him, I've already returned the money." "Why are you still beating me? Give me a reason first. Hit him again and I'll call the police." Chin Zhe witnessed the entire process of his uncle being brutally beaten up for 5 minutes. It was too cruel, too cruel. But it was different from when he was young. When he was young, he was filled with fear. Now, even if I told you, you might not believe it, but it felt great. After being beaten up, the uncle was not satisfied. "Why are you beating me?" Brother Lu was speechless. This wasn't written in the script. He turned his head and looked at Chin Zhe. Chin Zhe said angrily, "Why are you looking at me? If you beat my uncle, I'll call the police." *CK, he's so stupid. I really want to feed him an acting book. Who asked you to borrow money from loan sharks? Who asked you to owe so much money? You're the scum of society and your family. Brother Lu thought of a reason. But, you're the loan sharks. The uncle was not satisfied. Shouldn't people like me like you? Brother Lu said angrily, "You talk too much. Beat him up." Another round of beating. Seeing that it was about time, Chin Zhe slowly took out his phone. "I'm calling the police." Brother Lu received the signal and immediately stopped. He waved his hand. "Brothers, let's go." The underlings carried the box. When they passed by Su Guang, they threw the contract at him. The group of debt collectors left in a hurry, waving their hands and not taking away a single piece of cloud. In a supermarket not far from the neighborhood, Brother Lu handed the boss a cigarette. "Boss, is there a place nearby that sells mobile phones?" "Go down this road. There's a Lizzie mobile phone store." "I don't know if it's open or not," the boss said. "Thanks." The few of them carried the money through the market. The underlings were confused. "Boss, this is the most confused day in my debt collection career." Brother Lou was silent for a long time. I feel like I met a lunatic. What should we do now? Buy a mobile phone first, then go back to the hotel and call the company to send someone to pick us up. With so much money, it's not easy to take the high-speed rail. In the neighborhood, Qinze helped the uncle up and sat by the lawn. The contract was thrown aside. Do you have a cigarette? Su Guang rubbed his chest and gritted his teeth in pain. His handsome face was intact, but his body had been ravaged for 10 minutes. It hurt like hell. Qinze handed the cigarette over with a lighter. Su Guang lit the cigarette, then picked up the contract and lit it. He watched the flames rise from his body and finally, a pile of ashes was left. Uncle, there won't be a next time, Qinze said in a low voice. Next time, even if you're forced to the rooftop, I won't help you. Don't be like this. I'm your mother's only brother. I'm your grandmother's only son. Can you bear to see her send off her son? Su Guang grinned. The veins on Qinze's forehead throbbed. He said in a low voice, I can't bear it. But even if I can't, I'll still choose to do so. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. I'll pay for Su Qing and Su Yu's education and take care of your grandmother. You can leave in peace. Really? Su Guang retracted his cynical expression and looked at him. The truth? Qinze nodded and said word by word, the truth. Huh, you're just like your father. The uncle pursed his lips. That spicy radish didn't say anything just now. He was just watching the show. That's right. He learned the spicy radish from his uncle. When he was young, his uncle always said, your father is a spicy radish. Although I've been a jerk these few years, I didn't treat you badly when you were young. Do you need to find someone to beat me up? The uncle's expression was bitter. His uncle saw through him, that Brother Lu's acting skills were really bad. Qinze didn't feel embarrassed at all. He snorted and said, you're my uncle after all. It's not good for a junior to beat up an elder. I just want you to know the pain and stop making mistakes. The uncle laughed. I've been hiding for so many years. I've been beaten up many times. When have you seen me change for the better? Damn, this shameless son of AB*TCH. He's still so smug. Qinze really wanted to beat him up. After finishing his cigarette, the uncle said shyly, have another one. No. Qinze said in a bad mood. You're so shy. You're running around and losing money. If you continue to gamble, if you continue to be reckless, even the gods won't be able to save you. The uncle was stunned. He gave a thumbs up. That rhymes pretty well. I've learned something new. Qinze, Dad, I finally know why you slap him every time you see him. The uncle blew out a puff of smoke. He looked at the sky and sighed. In 2004, when you were just in your 3rd year of primary school, your grandfather handed his business over to me. At that time, our Su family wasn't that rich. After all, we didn't ride on the wave of reform and opening up. But at least we accumulated more than 2 million yuan. It wasn't a small amount. Your grandfather told me, Su Guang, it wasn't easy for our Su family to come out of a small town in the countryside. It wasn't easy for me to accumulate this family business either. Now that it's in your hands, you have to support it. Don't ask for 100 generations of glory. You can't be rich for more than 3 generations. It's good enough if you can be rich for 3 generations. The sky was deathly pale. Qinze looked at his uncle, and his uncle looked at the sky. His uncle's eyes were also deathly pale. Chapter 375. When I was young, my family was poor. We lived in the countryside. Back then, we didn't get paid and had to go to the cafeteria to eat. We had 2 sets of clothes a year, sewing and mending, and had a simple meal. Let me tell you something you don't know. Your grandmother actually gave birth to many children. The first was twins, but they died a few days after they were born. The second was your mother. Before me, there were 2 more, an older brother and an older sister. But they didn't survive because their lives were too hard. Otherwise, your mother and I wouldn't be so different in age. Your grandfather had a strong personality. He was afraid of being poor and suffering. Later, he pulled some strings and entered a state-owned enterprise. As for myself, I was educated and became a production model for a few years. After many twists and turns, I was assigned to Shanghai. Later, I slowly climbed up the ranks and became a small leader. The sentence that left the deepest impression on me was, if you don't work hard, you'll always be a bumpkin. If you don't work hard, you'll never get a wife. He always said that to me. It's not that he looked down on farmers. He was one himself. It's just that the farmers back then had no way out. They just had to make ends meet. Qinzhe thought to himself, Grandpa is so inspirational. Your grandfather also said that although that bastard Qin Zhenjiang looked serious and was evil on the surface, his character was passable. As a family, conflicts are inevitable, but don't forget to support each other. He didn't expect his grandfather to affirm his grandfather's character. He remembered his grandfather saying that after he got Qin Ma pregnant, his grandfather called him a despicable scum. In fact, his uncle did often come to visit him and his sister with gifts. After he handed over the business to me, I ran around every day for a few years, receiving and delivering goods. Sometimes, I only slept for 4 hours a day. It was tiring, but it was fulfilling. I felt that my son, who didn't have any education, was quite promising. He successfully took over my family business and guarded it well. Until 2008, I didn't know why, but I kept losing money. Not only did my efforts go down the drain, but I also lost nearly $1 million. Your grandfather also fell sick at that time. He lay in bed and said to me, "Don't be discouraged. Dad just started the business, and it wasn't always smooth sailing. Just treat it as your tuition. Actually, you've been doing well these few years. It's good that you can suffer a little." 2008, economic crisis. Qinzhe frowned. However, as an ordinary person, the economic crisis did not affect him much. Moreover, he was still young, so he did not feel much. Yes, at that time, I was young and full of vigor. Even if the market was not doing well, I could still make a name for myself and prove my ability. That's what I was thinking, and then I lost out again. How miserable. Later on, I gradually couldn't stop myself. I would enter whatever industry people said would sell well. I would invest in whatever industry was good. In the end, most of the goods went to waste, and the financial deficit made me almost desperate. In just over a year, I had squandered almost all of our savings. At that time, I was very haggard. My father was also haggard. His illness gradually worsened. He advised me to stabilize for a while and observe the situation. But I didn't listen. I was already crazy. A friend told me that he found a good project that would definitely make money. He just needed a partner. And then, you were deceived by him. Qinzhe said. He knew about this incident. In fact, it left a deep impression on him. Qin cried at home for a long time. Not long after, Qinzhe saw his uncle in the hospital. He felt that his uncle had completely collapsed. He was no longer that handsome uncle. You still remember? His uncle smiled awkwardly. Yes, our last hope was gone. Not long after this incident, your grandfather passed away. Then, his uncle began a carefree and unrestrained life. He began to indulge in all kinds of debauchery. Qinzhe thought to himself, perhaps the blow was too great, and he gave up on himself. Before your grandfather passed away, he grabbed my hand and said a lot of things. He didn't blame me. Instead, he smiled and said that it was fine. Just treat it as starting over. As long as you were willing to work hard, your life would get better and better. Don't be defeated by a single setback. His uncle chuckled. He was clearly smiling, but Qinzhe felt that he was crying. Even when I was such a good-for-nothing, he didn't scold me. I thought, there's no reason why I can't get up. If my business fails, I can make a comeback. If I don't have the funds, I'll gamble, I'll borrow. If I fail once or twice, I'll succeed. But, there's no hope. There's really no hope at all. I lose more and more, and the debt I owe more and more. I can't accept this. A few million, such a high starting point, but I still owe more and more. It's been more than 10 years, it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't make sense. Qinze was silent. All these years, I've been thinking, if it weren't for that, if it weren't for me, my dad might have lived a few more years. My mom doesn't blame me, neither does my sister, but I can't get over myself. Such a good family, such a rich family, my dad's life's work. 5 years, I squandered it all. Every Qingming festival, I don't dare to visit the grave. I'm afraid. I thought, sooner or later, I'll live a glorious life. When that time comes, I'll go and see him again. I'll go and see him in glory. This man, who was almost 40 years old, squatted on the ground with a cigarette in his mouth, crying like a fool. Qinze's heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. Whether it's gambling, trading in stocks, or taking all kinds of risks in the eyes of others, they're all just trying to get back what they've lost. The death of his grandfather back then was a bigger blow to him than he had imagined. He felt that everything was because of him. He was the one who broke his father's heart, and he was the one who pushed the family from riches to poverty. His uncle was trapped in his own knot. He was too ashamed to face his father and elders in Jiangdong, so he had been wandering outside. He had a home, but he didn't want to come back because he felt that he wasn't qualified to come back and see his late father. But after so many years, he still hadn't succeeded. Instead, he became a scum in the eyes of his relatives and friends, a good-for-nothing. Qinze's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He sighed and said, "So, if you want to make a comeback, you have to grow up wretchedly and not wander around everywhere." Su Guang, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the sadness brewing in his uncle's heart suddenly disappeared by more than half. In this world, there are many people who go bankrupt, and even more prodigals. Many people are unwilling to give up and want to make a comeback. But in reality, hard work isn't enough. If hard work is useful, what's the use of being a genius? Qinze poured poisonous chicken soup for him. Success can't be separated from opportunity, vision, and talent. Only a genius like me can have the last laugh. Uncle, if you want to believe me, just wait. Qinze said, business opportunities aren't so easy to grasp. You've been out there for so many years, so you should understand this. I have an investment company under my name, and this year, I'll start to survey the industry. If possible, I can help you fly. His uncle didn't reply. He lit a cigarette for himself, but he didn't smoke. He sat there in a daze and calmed himself down. Qinze didn't say anything and just accompanied him. After being exposed to the cold wind for a long time, his uncle sighed and said, "I feel better after spitting out all the words in my heart. If you didn't find someone to beat me up today, I wouldn't have said all these to you. No matter what, I'm still your uncle. I can't show my weak side in front of my nephew. A man has to maintain a strong image." Qinze chuckled and said, "Don't talk about me. Your image is already gone in front of your own children." His uncle kicked him and scolded jokingly, "Get lost, I deserve to be beaten. I'm still your uncle, after all. I doted on you when you were young. Don't you know how to be gentler when you hit people?" "Oh right, how did you know that I'm in cahoots with them?" Qinze thought for a long time and felt that something was wrong. Could it be just from a glance? If his uncle had such astuteness, he wouldn't have been so weak for so many years. Isn't that obvious? I saw you hitting them upstairs. When I turned around, they hit me, and you stood there pretending to be a coward. I'm not stupid, his uncle said angrily. So that's how it is, begging for a bean sack. What do you mean you saw me upstairs? Could it be that everything I did downstairs was seen by my uncle upstairs? Why are you standing by the window in the middle of winter? If you want to jump, please go to the rooftop. If my uncle saw it, then did my grandma, dad, mom, aunts, sister, and cousins all see it? F***ck. I'm really done for. Qinze sat in the cold wind, his body weathering inch by inch. Inexplicably, a song floated in his mind. Let the autumn wind take away my thoughts, take away my tears. Chapter 376. Qinze felt that this year must be his zodiac year. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky since New Year's Eve until now. Originally, he had stepped in and saved the day, appearing in front of his uncle's family as a savior. Imagining the thoughts of the various characters, Grandma, as expected of my grandson, the number one of the younger generation. Aunt, without A's, I really don't know what to do this time. Cousin is so capable. I admire you. Cousin, in the future, I will also become a man of indomitable spirit like cousin. Just thinking about it was wonderful. Now, it was not the case at all. Although his uncle deserved a beating and everyone wanted to beat him up, thinking about it and doing it were two different things. His nephew had asked someone to beat up his uncle. Even if the old man was frantically cheering for his son in his heart, he would still scold him for being an unruly brat. Imagining the thoughts of the various characters, Grandma, I didn't expect my grandson to be such a person. All these years, I must have been blind. Aunt, A's is so scheming. I thought he was a good kid. Cousin is too much. I will never forgive him. Cousin did well. But I can't show too much happiness. I must be angry. As for his parents, they would also see him in a different light, because in front of the elders, Qinze was an honest, calm, and obedient child. He would only vent his anger on his sister. Qin Bao Bao, don't you have hands and feet? Qin Bao Bao, scram. Qin Bao, do you believe that I will press you to the ground, and so on. Occasionally, he would even slap his sister. But his sister seemed to be enjoying it. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. This was very awkward. Qinze began to regret. If he had known, he would have found someone to teach his uncle a lesson another day. No, my way of thinking is getting weirder and weirder. If it were the old him, he would have definitely chosen to talk to his uncle instead of employing the insidious Didi beat people business. Since when did I become so black-bellied? It must be Sister Ziwei's fault. After being with her for so long, I unknowingly became a black-bellied person, always thinking of using underhanded means to do things. Yes, it was all Sister Ziwei's fault. Grandma, Qinze was stunned. His uncle nodded. Of course I saw it. I even said that A's is really good. His fighting skills are even better than the loan sharks. Qinze was speechless. Then, he would turn around and act like a grandson and send someone to beat up his uncle. He took the elevator nervously and arrived at the door of the 6th floor. Qinze was thinking about how to redeem his image. I'm just kidding. Uncle patted him on the shoulder. I saw it when I was smoking by the window. The others didn't know. Otherwise, how could there be no movement upstairs after I was beaten up for so long? Uncle had a look of satisfaction on his face as he took revenge. Wait a minute. Qinze heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he remembered something. Uncle, can I ask you something? What is it? Uncle took out the key from his pocket. Do you know Su Yao? Uncle froze in the middle of taking out the key. Qinze caught a glimpse of shock and panic in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Yes, I do. He's my childhood playmate. Can you tell me about him? What's there to say? I haven't seen him for decades. I almost forgot about him. But how do you know him? Uncle shrugged, inserted the key into the keyhole, and opened the door without changing his expression. Qinze kept silent. Uncle was smart and took out the key to open the door, so he couldn't continue asking. A's is back. Is everything settled? Aunt couldn't wait to ask. Qinze nodded and said that it was settled. She was relieved and looked conflicted, wanting to laugh and cry at the same time. Grandma called Qin to her side and nagged for a long time. She scolded Uncle as she talked, but Uncle lowered his head and let his mother scold him. Qin glanced at him. He didn't know if Uncle listened to him. He wanted to see if Uncle would stay at home after the new year or sneak out again. Also, he felt that his cousin's starry eyes were so hot that he was a little restless. That night, they stayed at Uncle's house for dinner. Qin cooked again. Suyu quietly squeezed her mother away and helped him. While he was cooking, Qin stuffed a bank card into her pocket. It's not much. Just treat it as pocket money. Change your phone. It's still early for a 17-year-old girl to come into contact with cosmetics, but you can dress up more exquisitely. You can keep this money and spend it slowly. Or you can pay for your school fees. It's up to you. Suyu held the bank card and lowered her head. Her tears were falling. Her sister, who had sneaked in to eat, saw this scene and said angrily, "What's wrong? Are you bullying Yu again?" Suyu waved her hand. Her crying face was slightly red. She explained, "Cousin didn't bully me." "So you're touched?" Qin Bao glanced at her and patted the dog's head with a smile. "Do you want to repay your cousin?" Suyu nodded vigorously. "If you want to repay me, the best way is to devote yourself to me. You don't have to think about that. I mean, it's not realistic. Then, when you have a job in the future, you'll have to return the money." Baby Qin smiled. Suyu nodded. "Just give the money to cousin when the time comes. You can pay him back slowly. There's no hurry." Qin Bao said, "Cousin's wife money is all managed by cousin." Although Suyu didn't understand why cousin's wife money was managed by cousin, she still nodded obediently. "Help cousin make a cup of black tea." Qin Bao sent Suyu out of the kitchen. She rolled her eyes coquettishly. "How much did you give her?" "Not much, just 20,000. "Are you unhappy?" Qin said. 20,000, no more, no less." Qin Bao knocked on his head. Yu is very sensitive and has strong self-esteem. Don't give her money all the time. You'll make her feel pitiful. If you give her money in the future, just tell her to pay it back when she has a job in the future. Or, ask her to come to our company to take a few modeling photos as repayment." "Sister, you're so thoughtful." Qin flattered. "I'll help you wash the vegetables." Qin Bao rolled up her sleeves. No. Wait for Yu. "Why? Are you looking down on me?" His sister raised her eyebrows. He didn't have any self-awareness at all. "If you wash the vegetables, I have to wash them again myself." Qin said, "No, I'm just afraid that you'll be tired." His sister snorted. "Then I'll go outside and watch TV." She felt that what he said just now was strange. For a moment, she couldn't figure out what was wrong. After dinner, they said goodbye to their grandmother and returned home. For the next 2 days, Qin family ran around and paid New Year's greetings everywhere. Qin said tentatively, "I'm going back to Zhejiang province to pay New Year's greetings today." Qin said, "Why are you going? You never went in the past years. You're not familiar with that place." Qin said, "I'm returning home in glory. I'm so successful now. Of course, I have to go." Qin said, "Don't make trouble. Children should stay at home." She didn't agree no matter what. Qin said in his heart, "If you don't agree, I'll use force." But on this day, he received a call from Suyu. "Hubby, I miss you so much." Same. Qin asked about her recent situation. Suyu said, "It's okay. I'm following my dad around to pay New Year's greetings. Hubby, come and stay at home tonight." Qin said, "After the new year, I'm running around every day. How can I have time?" "Master, come on. Call me Hei's King." "No." Suyu giggled and said, Master Eel, I need an injection. I'm hanging up. Don't. My mother is back. We've made an appointment to go to Grandma and Grandpa's house today. As the son-in-law, you should meet your mother-in-law. Qinze was speechless. Suyu laughed and said, she's my mother anyway. You're in and out of my body, and I'm in and out of your body. I have to meet her, right? And Grandpa and Grandma occasionally remember that they have me, their granddaughter, and they'll urge me to find a partner, although they're just saying it. Qinze's nose twitched. What time is it today? Come over now. I'll send you the address. Suyu's tone was joyful. After hanging up the phone, Qinze said, Mom, I have something to do today. I'm going to a friend's house to pay New Year's greetings. I won't accompany you to Zhejiang province. Ah. Whose house are you going to? Qin Bao Bao asked. My college roommate. He was hit by a little Mao Lu during the New Year. I'm going to see him. Qinze raised his phone and said, he just called me. I have to go. The actor was proficient in acting. Whether it was his eyes or his tone, they were impeccable, as if he was really going to visit his roommate who was hit. Qin Bao Bao said, oh, and said to Qin Ma, Mom, you cook the rice. Zijin and I want to eat at noon. There was no shortage of food during the New Year. She could just heat it up in the hot pot. She still knew how to use hot pot. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched, and she forced a smile and said, Auntie, you can go. I'll cook the rice. So embarrassing. Qinze laughed and said, 2.5 cups of rice are enough for 2 people. Don't put too much. Wang Zijin's pretty face turned red. I don't know. You don't have to talk. Get lost, Bao Bao. Get the hell out of here. Qin Bao Bao, get lost, Qinze. Qinze, get lost, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 377. After Suyu sent the address, Qinze estimated the time and found that he could stay at home for another half an hour. Qinze and his sisters were not playing for money. Qin Bao Bao sneaked into the old man's study and tore a few pieces of white paper from his diary. If this behavior was discovered, he would be beaten to death. His sister cut the paper into square pieces with scissors and wrote, 1 day. Each person had 10 pieces of paper, and 1 day represented a day of housework. Mopping the floor, sweeping the floor, washing clothes, washing dishes, in addition to Qinze's exclusive cooking. After all, the 2 sisters couldn't cook. The time was half an hour, and they arranged the work according to the pieces of paper in their hands. Qinze's card luck was surprisingly good. Whether he was a landlord or a farmer, he had never tasted defeat. In 10 minutes, he accumulated 21 cards from 10 cards. The one with the worst luck was Qin Bao Bao. She always lost, but her sister was a flirtatious little b*tch. At least, that was what Wang Zijin thought. When she lost too much, she would shamelessly throw flirtatious glances at her brother, hugging his arm and acting coquettishly. Qinze immediately fell into his sister's beauty trap. He let her win several times and let her equalize the disadvantage. In this way, after half an hour, Wang Zijin's paper was empty. Oh, I won. Her sister lay down on the sofa and slapped the sofa with her long legs. Wang Zijin faintly looked at Qinze, got up and left. Qinze was shocked and asked, Sister Ziwei, where are you going? Wang Zijin smiled, to the bathroom. Qinze saw the shining word MMP from Wang Zijin's smile. After 0.01 seconds, Qinze made an accurate judgment and followed Sister Ziwei into the bathroom. What are you doing? Wang Zijin squinted and didn't give him a good face. Are you angry? No. I'm just angry. You're so annoying. I need to go to the toilet. Get out. Without another word, Qinze pressed her against the wall. It's just for fun. Don't mind it. I don't mind. It's just 10 days of housework. I like to do housework. It makes me happy. Sister Ziwei, if it weren't for the way you gritted your teeth, I would have believed you. Let go of that housework, let me do it. Qin Zhe hugged her slender waist. What are you angry about? No matter who wins or loses, it's not me who does the housework in the end. Then why don't you let Qin Bao Bao lose and let me lose? Wang Zijin said with a straight face. Hey, this jealousy. Qin Zhe licked her oval-shaped face. Because I've always thought that Sister Ziwei is magnanimous and magnanimous. She wouldn't get angry over such trivial matters. That's because you don't understand women. Wang Zijin said. She lowered her head and glanced at her chest. Not as magnanimous as your sister. You're magnanimous, but she's magnanimous. Wang Zijin slapped his hand away and said gloomily, I also eat papaya milk, but it's not on the same scale as your sister. Sister Ziwei is very good now. I like a woman who can be controlled with one hand. Moreover, it's not as effective as papaya milk. Let me tell you a secret. Qin Zhe said mysteriously. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. What secret? What you eat to make up for it. You need to eat balls. Wang Zijin was stunned for 3 seconds. She finally understood. She lowered her head and glanced at it. You're disgusting. Qin Zhe clamped his legs together. His balls were cold when she looked at him. I'm not asking you to eat my balls. It's my fault for not making it clear. Cock balls can increase breast size after eating for a long time. The effect is very good. How did you know? Wang Zijin revealed a look of realization. So, Qin Bao Bao used to eat balls every day? No. Don't think so. Otherwise, my sister will kill me. Qin Zhe said, I saw it on the internet. Anyway, many people said that it's effective. I don't know about such a disgusting thing. Wang Zijin sneered. I'm just saying. It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. Qin Zhe lowered his head and licked her fair and beautiful oval-shaped face. My face is covered in saliva. Are you a husky? Wang Zijin wiped her face and punched his chest with her small fists. No, husky is so cheap. It's definitely not me. Then what are you? I'm Teddy. Wang Zijin, speaking of Teddy, he almost forgot about Suyu. He should go over. He said that he would meet Suyu at the gate of the community. Ace, where did you go? Sister shouted in the living room. Qin Zhe turned and went out of the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm in the room. Qin Bao Bao, help me get the scarf on the hanger. It's cold, Qin Zhe said in a bad mood. You don't know how to get it yourself. You're closer. Qin Bao Bao said in a coquettish voice. You help me get it. Qin Zhe said in a helpless voice. Got it. In the bathroom, Wang Zijin listened to the conversation between the sister and brother, and suddenly had an idea. If I learn from Qin Bao Bao and act coquettishly, will A's be more obsessed with me? Men like women who are cute, and coquettish. Zhao Taizhu once said to her. Then, should I use a new skill? Although it's very embarrassing and difficult for me to do it, men are all changed from eels. Women should also change. Wang Zijin closed her eyes, brooded for 3 seconds, and put on a cute posture. You're so annoying. No, not cute enough, not coquettish enough. In her mind, she recalled Qin Bao Bao's coquettish appearance to Qin Zhe. Well, her eyes should be more charming, and her small eyebrows should be slightly frowned. Let's do it again. You're so annoying. She felt a little bit, but still a little bit. Yes, her small mouth should be pouted. Wang Zijin pouted and frowned. You're so annoying. Wang Zijin suddenly froze. From the mirror, she saw Qin Zhe standing by the bathroom door. Qin Zhe's face was very complicated, with a confusion of doubting life. When did he come back? He saw it all? Wang Zijin froze there, not daring to turn around, and her face turned red. Qin Zhe was stunned for a few seconds, then walked away silently. Wang Zijin, _A's, listen to me. Qin Zhe walked to the living room in a daze, his mind full of Sister Ziwei's pouting and coquettish appearance. Although Shishi's frowning appearance was very beautiful, when that kind of expression appeared on Sister Xian's dignified oval-shaped face, it felt too out of place and did not match her temperament. It stung his eyes. Sister, act coquettishly, Qin Zhe suddenly said as he walked past the living room. Qin Bao was lying on the sofa looking at her phone. She liked lying on her stomach, but this position was actually very tiring for her. After lying down for a while, she had to get up and rub her chest. What? Quick, act coquettishly. Qin Bao was confused, but still pouted and acted cute, annoying. Qin Zhe happily changed his shoes and left home. Sure enough, his sister's coquettish appearance was pleasing to the eye and tolerable. At 10:30, he arrived at the community where Su Yu's grandparents lived. The building was very new, and the greenery was very good. Qin Zhe estimated that it was completed no more than 5 years ago. In addition, this area cost 70,000 yuan per square meter. It seemed that they were rich. Although he didn't know what her mother did, her father was so rich that he must have received a lot of property when they divorced. At the gate of the community, a tall beauty stood there, waving her hand. Su Yu recognized his car and burst into a bright smile. She was dressed very homey, light blue slim jeans, a down jacket of the same color, snow boots, and a burgundy scarf. On New Year's Eve, she had her hair styled like a goddess. Su Yu trotted up to meet him, opened the door, sat in the passenger seat, rubbed her hands vigorously, and her round nose was red from the cold. Qin Zhe apologized, I'm late. Su Yu's teeth chattered, it's okay, I only waited for 15 minutes. It's just that my hands are a little stiff and I didn't bring my gloves down. Qin Zhe held her small hand. It was cold. He suddenly remembered a joke on the internet. A real man should stuff a girl's cold hand into his crotch. You feel good, I feel good too. Because a man's balls like cold and fear heat. Did you buy a gift? Su Yu asked. Yes, very ordinary healthcare and nutrition products. Qin Zhe said. Su Yu smiled sweetly, enough. My mother is also here, with her family, and my uncles and aunts are here, a big family. Su Yu said. So many people? Qin Zhe was stunned, is it because of me? What are you thinking about? Su Yu rolled his eyes and said, my mother is here. My mother lives abroad, and it's rare for her to come back. The key is that my mother's red envelope is big. She gives the younger generation a red envelope of 500,000 yuan every year. My uncles and aunts also want to borrow some money from my mother when she comes back. Qin Zhe, how do I feel, Philistine? Su Yu said, of course, my grandfather's family is just an ordinary family. My father was also a poor boy, so he and my mother married with equal social status. You don't understand. A barely well-off family has a rich man with assets of more than 100 million yuan. That kind of atmosphere of eating and taking. My family can't escape the rut. Your family is much better. My aunt and her husband are middle-level managers of state-owned enterprises. My aunt's family is doing business and is not short of money. The house where my grandfather and grandmother live now was bought by my mother for 8 million yuan. Then my uncle and aunts fought to write their names on the real estate certificate. Anyway, my mother won't fight with them. Qin Zhe nodded, I can understand. My uncle's family is like this. The money they borrowed from my family is nearly 10 million yuan. The house in the past, according to the current house price, plus the 3 million yuan a few days ago, was almost 10 million yuan. My mother doesn't feel disgusted. She doesn't care if my brothers and sisters take some money from her, hundreds of thousands or millions. Su Yu said, when she divorced, she got a lot of money. Later, she started her own business. My foreign stepfather met her when she was doing business. He is also rich, and he is a China expert. As she said, she blinked her eyes and smiled like a ghost, but they are not as good as you. The two of them together have only 1 billion yuan in assets. They all know that I left my father's company, but I didn't say how I am doing now. Qin Zhe said, why? Suyu curled her lips. My father cheated on me and had an illegitimate child. My grandmother and grandfather's family hate him, and I, the granddaughter who grew up with my father, of course, doesn't love me much. We only see each other a few times a year, and we don't have a deep relationship. My mother has a new family and a mixed-race grandson. In the past, when she wanted to borrow money and had trouble, she would come to me, but after I resigned, my uncle and aunts didn't contact me. It's true that your grandmother doesn't love you and your uncle doesn't love you. Chapter 378. A child from a single-parent family would only see his father a few times throughout the year. It was normal for his maternal grandmother to not dote on him and his uncle to not love him. Suyu herself was used to it, so when she talked about these things, she didn't show any sadness. It was her biological parents who really hurt her. A father who regarded his son as his heir, and a mother who wholeheartedly ran her new family, she was superfluous in any way. Sometimes, the father may think, this daughter is really annoying, thinking about competing with his son for the position of heir every day. Sometimes, the mother may think, this daughter is really annoying, thinking of the failed relationship experience when she saw her. Who knows? In a beautifully decorated house, more than 100 square meters, Suyu's grandfather was called Ding Yukong. He was a thin old man with white hair and an old-fashioned and serious look. Her grandmother also had white hair, thin and small, with a mole between her eyebrows. Both of them were 80 years old. There were 4 people in the second generation of the Ding family, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Suyu's mother, Ding Yun, was the second. Suyu had 6 siblings, 2 of whom were married, and those who were not married also had a partner. The 3 generations of the Ding family, about 20 people, were gathered together. The family sat in the living room and chatted. The 2 babies were sleeping soundly in their mother's arms. As they chatted, the topic turned to Suyu. Eldest aunt gossiped, Xiao Yun, you resigned from her father's company in the middle of the year. Do you know about this? I heard that it was not very pleasant. Youngest aunt complained, I wanted her cousin to work in her company, but it failed. Now Tsong Tsong is still working in a small company. I can't count on her. Ding Yun, 48 years old, had a gentle and beautiful face, and fine crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, showing her charm when she was young. Su Tong's facial features were well defined, but not stunning enough to give birth to such a delicate daughter. Sitting next to her was a foreigner with brown hair and brown eyes. He had a high nose bridge and deep eyes, very handsome. Then, there was a smaller version of the foreigner. He also had brown hair, a high nose bridge, and fair skin. He was a young man in his early 20s. He was a mix of Chinese and Western descent, very handsome. Mama, my sister hasn't come back yet? The little foreigner said, speaking in poor Chinese. Ding Yun said, she went out to pick up your brother-in-law and will be back soon. After that, she turned to look at her 2 sisters-in-law and asked, what's going on? I think that little B** starred snatched it away. The stock market is very hot this year, and you, started an investment company that specializes in stocks. I only found out about it when I asked her for help with Tsong Tsong's job. Tsong Tsong was supposed to go over, but that little B** starred came and made her a mere figurehead. After that, I heard that she quit her job. I heard that she got into an argument with her father. Ding Yun frowned. She didn't know about it. Suyu didn't tell her, but the mother and daughter rarely contacted each other. Grandma interrupted and asked, where is you, working now? I don't know. Probably not going to work. Anyway, cousin won't be short of money. Her pocket money is enough. You're such a petty child. No matter how much pocket money you have, it's still the same. Everyone was talking at once. Andy suddenly said, Sis, Liang Liang is getting married next year, but the down payment for the house isn't enough. Ding Yun smiled. How much do you owe? Uncle, 400,000. The policy was changed last year. The second house needs a down payment of 50%. I want to borrow some money from you. Ding Yun nodded and smiled gently. Sure. Everyone laughed. Then, the topic turned to Suyu's boyfriend. Uncle said, you finally found a boyfriend. After the new year, she'll be 28. Ding Yun smiled and said, it can be considered as solving one of my worries. Uncle said again, sis, ask her later what's going on with her family. Don't always be angry with her father. When the time comes, you won't be able to get a share of the family property. Auntie, that's right. Let her go home and guard it well. The family property can't be less. We definitely can't let that little bastard have it. Auntie, it's the Su family's property. It's a waste not to take it. After so many years, when talking about the Su family, there was no longer the hatred of gnashing teeth. Now, the most talked about was the family property that Suyu got. The core content was, the money that should be taken, not a single cent less. Ding Yun didn't like to talk about this topic. She turned her head and whispered to her foreigner husband in fluent English. The little foreigner stood by the window and looked out. He happened to see a car parked downstairs. Suyu and Qin Zhe got out of the car and took his hand into the building. Sister is back. She brought back a man. He said in broken Chinese, looking very excited. Suyu stayed abroad for a few years and lived with her mother for a long time. It was ironic that the foreigner's stepfather and cheap brother were very good to Suyu. A few of his cousins rushed to the window and peeked out to look down. What car does he drive? Porsche? Lamborghini? Maybach? Which one? What does cousin's boyfriend look like? They asked in a low voice. The little foreigner pointed to a black, ordinary car. It's that one. Everyone looked disappointed. Several elders looked over curiously. Auntie asked, what's wrong? The car is ordinary. It doesn't look more than 1,000,000 yuan. You don't know the value. It's not even 500,000 yuan. I sell cars. I can see it at a glance. What brand is it? I can't see clearly, but it's not expensive. When Auntie heard this, she said to Ding Yun, you've taste in men. She didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was obvious. Uncle, probably because he's handsome? Uncle, maybe he can take care of people. Grandma, it's good to take care of people. Auntie, what's good about it? How can you marry without money? Ding Yun, it's good that you like him. It doesn't matter if he has money or not. She was really an open-minded mother. Or, she just wanted to marry her daughter off as soon as possible. There was a knock on the door. The little foreigner opened the door in a hurry. Suyu took Qin Zhe's hand and entered the house. The moment they saw Qin Zhe, the elder's eyes lit up. Well, a very handsome young man with good temperament. Speaking of temperament, Qin Zhe's temperament has improved recently. He was no longer a good-looking guy with no temperament. Since he had money and the system. Although it was a bit low, he finally had confidence in his heart. A man with confidence has temperament. In the words of my sister, my little foreigner is becoming more and more manly. Sure enough, Yu's taste in men was based on their appearance. Grandpa, Grandma. Suyu led Qin Zhe to her family and introduced him to them one by one. This is my boyfriend, Qin Zhe. Several young people were dumbfounded and stunned on the spot. Then, Suyu introduced her family to Qin Zhe. First uncle, first aunt, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, and finally her biological mother and stepfather. This is my brother, you can call him Ada. Suyu said. Ding Yun looked at Qin Zhe with a smile. First impression, well, not bad. Grandpa said in a deep voice, young man, what do you do? Auntie, hey, I feel that he looks familiar. Mom. He is Qin Zhe. The cousin whispered. I know he is Qin Zhe. Auntie replied angrily. Then, a cousin of Suyu said, but I don't know who Qin Zhe is. As she said, she looked at Qinze with starry eyes. Yes, as a 25-year-old star chaser, Qinze, a high-quality little fresh meat, was also one of her targets. Absolutely high quality. Most of the other little fresh meats personas came from movies and TV series, or forced personas. Qinze's persona was real, 24K pure gold persona. Rich and talented. Nickname is not to be said, it is embarrassing to say. Qinze's aunt understood and said in surprise, "Qinze, this name sounds familiar. Are you a celebrity?" The elders in the room had different expressions. Grandpa and Grandma were stunned and then frowned. His uncles and aunts were all shocked. Kind of understand, he is good at writing songs. Singers in the entertainment industry dream of his songs. The cousin worshipped. He is also the god of stocks, very good at trading stocks. A cousin said. He is also a big boss, has 2 companies, Qinze is super famous. A cousin's wife said. Very rich, richer than auntie, richer than cousin's family. The cousin said. His cousin was Suyu. This time, the look in her eyes was different. Oh, you, is really lucky, her boyfriend is so handsome. Auntie piled up a smile on her face. It's time to eat, let's eat. Qinze, treat this place as your home, don't be an outsider. Several relatives smiled more eagerly than Ding Yun. Not long after, the food was served, the younger generation sat at one table, and the elders sat at another table. Uncle said that the big boss couldn't sit with the younger generation, so he let Qinze and Suyu sit with the elders. At the table, the elders insinuated about Qinze's work and income. When they learned that Qinze and Suyu were partners, they suddenly realized that he was a rich second generation. However, from beginning to end, no one mentioned Qin Bao. In the past, Qinze's label was the most dazzling, Qin Bao's younger brother. Now, he himself was a very famous celebrity. So, the elders began to inquire about Qinze's family background, trying to estimate his family background. This was very normal, the younger generation in the family must inquire about the other party's family background. Qinze briefly said that his father was a university professor, and his mother was a stay-at-home mother. The elders were dumbfounded, listening to the young man's words. He was not a rich second generation. His family background was earned by himself? Qinze is amazing, he can sell a song for a lot of money. The cousin at the next table interrupted. Auntie secretly took out her mobile phone and searched for Qinze. At first, she didn't search correctly and wrote the name wrong. After thinking about it, she searched, Qinze is very good at writing songs. Search results, fast shooter Qinze. Fast shooter? Auntie's mouth twitched. Chapter 379. So it was this Zay. Auntie re-entered it and entered it correctly. She clicked on Qinze's personal profile. Shocked. A song that was hard to get even with 10,000 gold. God of stocks. Fast shooter. Buying 80% of the shares of Tianfeng Entertainment. Everything that had happened was recorded. They were all legends that Qinze had left behind in Jianghu. In the eyes of a commoner like Auntie, he was simply the boss of the bosses. It turned out that you had found such a man. This was not just a rich husband, but a 24K pure gold, no, a titanium alloy husband. Moreover, he had a big celebrity sister. A big celebrity, in the eyes of ordinary people, was an existence that made money faster than printing money. They were paid tens of millions and bought mansions. Auntie's mouth cracked open. Look at this, look at this. She handed the phone to her husband. Little uncle took the phone and was shocked. He thought to himself, this nephew is amazing. What are you two whispering about? You're eating and you're whispering. Grandma glanced at her youngest son and daughter-in-law. Auntie's face was full of smiles. I just searched for Qinze. He's really amazing. Grandma was suddenly interested. What do you mean? Auntie glanced at Suyu. You found such a good boyfriend. She didn't know to say earlier that she had to wait until the new year to bring him back. Mom, Qin Zhe is very good at writing songs. He's the #1 in the domestic music industry. His sister is Qin Bao. That big celebrity Qin Bao, the internet said that she became famous because of the songs he wrote. Also, he's good at trading stocks. People say that he's the god of stocks. Many celebrities ask him to help them earn money. He also composes piano music and has acted in movies before. That Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was directed by him. The male lead, I say, looks familiar. Auntie repeated Qin Zhe's resume on the phone, refreshing everyone's understanding of Qin Zhe again. Previously, they thought that although Qin Zhe was excellent, their Suyu was not bad either. She was tall and well-endowed. Ordinary rich people were not worthy of her. Now, they felt that Suyu was a bit out of her league. This was not an ordinary genius. This was a legend. Ding Yun also looked at him in surprise. Qin Zhe and Suyu's elders talked and laughed. He could even chat with the foreigner's stepfather. The foreigner spoke fluent Chinese and talked about his experience in China during those years. After chatting for a while, Qin Zhe realized that he was more inclined towards the technical type of boss. That's right. Developed countries have long passed the era of being uncivilized. Without skills and knowledge, it would be difficult to get rich. This was unlike China, where no matter how high one's education level was, one could instantly become a boss if they found connections or business opportunities. This phenomenon was gradually decreasing with the changes of time. In another 10 or 20 years, those fellows who claimed that studying was useless would really be useless. Suyu sat beside him obediently, poured wine for him, picked up food, and smiled. It was probably the happiest thing for a woman to see her man talking and laughing with his family. From the beginning to the end, her conversation with her mother did not exceed 3 sentences. The relationship between mother and daughter was relatively cold, but she had a good relationship with her half-brother. As time passed, the woman and the child finished their meal while the man was still drinking and chatting loudly. The little foreigner took Suyu and walked to the guest room. He opened his laptop skillfully and logged into the game. He communicated in English, "Sister, I have a new hero. You see how I play it? I will teach you later. I asked my cousin to download the China version. I will use your account and buy the new hero." Suyu began to play League of Legends abroad. It was this brother who introduced her to the game. Because she was bored, she tried to play it. Since then, she started a game career that was unrestrained and loved to scold people. In the game, she could scold people as much as she wanted. Others would not ignore her. Instead, they would fight with her for 300 rounds, making Suyu feel full of sense of existence. The little foreigner brother was also very happy to have a beautiful sister to play games with him. "Your brother-in-law also plays this game. We met in the game." Suyu laughed. "It's so good in China. You can make a girlfriend by playing games." The little foreigner said enviously. "Your brother-in-law is amazing. He often takes me to the next level." "Sister, what is your rank now?" "Gold." "Oh my God, I only take you to the gold rank?" The little foreigner was shocked and despised. "The game is just a medium for communication. I will not be the girlfriend of whoever takes me to the next level." Suyu's mouth twitched. The meal lasted until 1:00 in the afternoon. The uncle and uncle were drunk. The foreigner's stepfather was drunk and unconscious. Ding Yun helped him into the room to rest. Qin Zhe came to find Suyu and saw her playing games on her laptop. As always, the operation was rubbish. The little foreigner brother was beside her, chattering in English and guiding her. The little foreigner was full of achievement. "Qin Zhe, help me play." Suyu bit her lip and looked at her man with grievance. Well, the results were terrible. The little foreigner did not object and looked at Qin Zhe. Suyu's character was a new hero recently. Qin Zhe had not played games for a long time. Not only him, his sister had become a major shareholder of Tianfang. She was getting busier and had less time to play games. Suyu was focused on running Bowser and also rarely played games. They were like the game friends they had met on the internet. They gradually reduced their gaming time and then disappeared completely. They could not be contacted. Fate had ended. Fortunately, Qin Zhe did not need to worry about this kind of thing happening. Although he did not play games at night, he could play Suyu. This was more intimate and easy to understand communication. After resurrecting, Qin Zhe stood in the spring and carefully went through the skills. Then he emptied the equipment and bought new ones. The little foreigner stared. Qin Zhe's move was undoubtedly suicidal. The economy was a lot worse, and now it was even worse. But 10 minutes later, it completely changed. He had a strong view of the overall situation, abnormal awareness, and sharp control. From the enemy's ATM machine to a hunter on the battlefield. Those who were scolding Suyu before were now crazily cheering. 666, awesome. Boss, was it your primary school cousin who was playing before? After watching for a few minutes, Suyu whispered, finished drinking? Well, I'm not drunk. Your stepfather is drunk and lying dead in the next room. Qin Zhe grinned. I'll make you a cup of tea. Okay. Suyu and the little foreigner went out. Soon, Qin Zhe finished a game and won the first victory. But Suyu did not come back with tea. When he went out, Suyu stood in the corridor and looked at the next room. Her eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. Her thin shoulders seemed so weak at this moment. Qin Zhe stood beside her and looked into the room. The foreigner was drunk on the bed, his wife was taking care of him. The mixed-race son was sitting on the bed playing with his mobile phone. Sometimes he looked up and talked with his mother. The mother had a loving and gentle smile on her face. What a harmonious family of three. The warmer the atmosphere in the room, the lonelier the girl outside seemed. Qin Zhe suddenly understood how she felt. The feeling of, my home is no longer my home, and, I can't integrate into their family of three, no matter which side it is. He filled in for himself. My mother is my mother, and my father is my father, but my mother is not my mother, and my father is not my father. That feeling was too heart-wrenching. He watched as his mother laughed and doted on his son in another family. He watched as his father laughed and doted on his son in another family. Obviously, they are also my parents, but where is her position as a daughter? Suyu felt her waist tightened, and then she was fiercely rubbed into his arms. She looked up in amazement and looked at Qin Zhe. You have me. Qin Zhe stared at her, his voice was soft and solemn, I will always be here. Suyu's eyes were moist and tears slid down, but her smile was sweet and happy. She put her arms around Qin Zhe's neck, tiptoed slightly, and stabilized Qin Zhe's lips. In the room, Dingyun felt something and looked sideways. She was stunned at first, and then her smile relaxed. Some people, it's not that they don't love, but they can't give too much love. Some things, it's not that they don't pay attention to, but they just want each other to be well.